Ponytails podcast. Here we go.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Andres Gamboa, and I am so excited for today. I'm excited to be back. Happy Cinco de Mayo. I got my bottle of Patron ready to be popped open with our friend Pedro Vega, who's in the house today. We'll bring him up on screen here in just a second. But a couple of announcements, of course, just to kind of get you guys up to date. And of course, if this is your first episode, welcome. This is the Ponytails podcast. And in the Ponytails podcast, we interview people who sold books door to door for Southwestern Advantage. It's one of the oldest internships in America, and it's one of the craziest internships that you could possibly do, probably, which is why the show is so fun. Our guests come and tell stories about what they're up to now, their experience during a time going door to door in college halfway across the country, and just some fun and awesome stories that we've heard. We're 116 episodes in. This is 1 of 16, and it seems like we just started last week, but it feels like it anyway. But it's been a lot of fun, a lot of really cool guests, and very much like the one we are excited for today. So before we get there, a couple of announcements. First of all, with BIZZLER. So the sign up for BIZZLER came and went. That was May 1st, and we have a few people signed up, and a lot of people are excited about it, but we just figured out a way to extend it. Thanks to Maddie Whalen. She's helping us out now. So we have been extending that, and that's going to be now throughout the summer. You can continue to sign up for BIZZLER because we were scrapping to try to solve and figure out exactly how we're going to make it to happen. But now here's the details. If you don't know, BIZZLER is an alumni trip that we're doing. It's going to be like Sizzler, but better. So better Sizzler, BIZZLER, or you call it Business Sizzler. I don't know. But either way, August 15th through the 19th of this year, 2022, we're going to be out in Cancun at the Riviera Maya at the Valentin Imperial, which is a really, really nice resort. It's $1,500 per person. And let me be clear here, because people have been asking and they still get confused. It is $1,500 per person. Your spouse can come, even if they didn't sell books. No worries, as long as one of you two did. That's the important part. But that's including flights for the $1,500. That's including flights, because people thought that it was the 1,500 plus flights. No. It's a steal. So hope to see you guys there August 15th through the 19th. If you have more questions, just message us on Instagram or on Facebook, or comment below. There's also going to be in every episode, there's like a link in the description of the episode or below. You can just click on that and fill out the form, and it'll guide you to how to get signed up for BIZZLER or how to get more details. So make sure you go there. That's the first thing. Second thing, we're going to continue to do these tours of where we're celebrating the beer that we're launching as we start kind of making more progress on that, getting all the licensing and stuff in place for that. And so the next one coming up is going to be on July 2nd. We're going to be going to Denver. So if you're in Denver, come join us. We're partying out in the Colorado area. So July 2nd, there's going to be another of those beer launches to be looking forward to. We had a lot of fun in Nashville with Lee McCroskey on his place. Shout out to Lee and Deb for letting us be there. That was a lot of fun. It was a good trip. So that's super exciting on that front. And then finally, you've been hearing it. We've been making tweaks about it. It's coming. Our merch store and our website is just around the corner. It's technically live, but don't go there yet, because there's going to be a lot of stuff that we've kind of fixed to make sure all the kinks and all the T's were crossed and all the I's were dotted. But you can start getting some really cool merch, some Ponytails podcast merch. You can buy a fanny pack. You can buy a sweatshirt. You can buy a T-shirt. You can buy a hat. You can buy a jacket. You can buy whatever you want. And so then from there, you can also sign up to be a fan. Paid fans get extra. All our content's free. So in order to help support, if you guys want to pay, there you're going to get exclusive merch and a bunch of other deals as well by being a paid fan. So on that note, that is exciting. Now, a little bit about some of our jockeys. Our jockeys are people who are supporting us, who we are partnering with, who are just other book people that we want to keep you in the loop and announce and shout out and celebrate. So first off, of course, Will Metscher with Southwestern Consulting. Now, if you're like me, one of the biggest things that you miss about Southwestern, and I know probably Pedro, when I bring him up, he'll talk about this for sure, but it's just the ability to make a lasting impact. And so the reason why book people are so unique is because they were college students helping other kids learn what most people weren't going to learn until their 30s or 40s or sometimes their 50s. So if you want to be the kind of person that makes a lasting impact on people, again, you need to work with Will Metscher. Unless you live under a rock, you're probably aware of what Southwestern Consulting is. But the cool thing is that Will is one of the best and most successful coaches that they have, and he's hiring people to work with him. So every one of the coaches he's working with is making over 6 figures and has built an incredible career of creating lasting impact for people. And he's helped us out a ton here at the podcast. He's been coaching us for all year. So it's super exciting with that. Reach out to us. We'll get you in touch with Will. We're also brought to you by Elevate Wellness. Now, these guys are helping us get in tip-top shape, not just for my honeymoon that I just got back from, but for BIZZLER. So our friends Seth and Zane and Joe Ignace, they're helping other people with just getting into that fitness that they want and desire to elevate their life. So if you've ever struggled with like getting healthy groceries, even just some of the basics or just some of the basics at the gym, maybe you suffer from intimidation of like going at the gym. I know that can happen. If you end up, losing track, you don't know how to track your meals, or you need a little bit more advanced, maybe that's something that you already got down, but you need to get a little bit more advanced and into shape on that. Just make sure you reach out to us. These guys have noticed that most people don't really have accountability in their lives when it comes to getting into their best shape and into a solid, routine and making it part of their life. And so those are two areas where Elevate Wellness has really helped me personally, and honestly, everyone on our team and everyone that's been working with them. So our team has been using them for months and we've been seeing really good results. So let's get you in touch with them before you come out to BIZZLER with us in Mexico or just for that summer bod. So elevate your body, elevate your mind, and elevate your life like we've been doing here at the podcast. And then, of course, actually, I'm going to bring Pedro on for this just because before I bring him up, and I'm also going to talk about Cardinal because that's kind of where he's working at right now. But this is before I do that, I got to brag about this. So I met Pedro back when I was still selling books, and from a personal level, if you've ever met him, like everybody that I told that he was going to be on the show today, I've talked to multiple people today on the phone, and I was like, hey, you're going to check out our episode? Pedro's going to be on he's like, oh my God, Pedro's like the nicest guy. I was talking to Josh Martinez about it. He's like the nicest dude ever. Yeah, Pedro is the nicest dude ever. And you can't really overstate how kind of a person he is, how gentle of a person he is. I remember my time in Southwestern and just looking up to him, just not only as another Hispanic that like was showing and paving the way, but as a leader in general, who just everybody who was on his team, everybody who ever worked in his organization, just completely looked up to him and really gave him this praise that he so well earned for being such a leader in his community. 101 direct recruits during his 7 summers in recruiting and 8 years in total of selling. 5 summers of selling, 8 years total in the company. 7 of those were recruiting. He became a DSM after just his 6th summer, which is insane to think about. Like that takes people years, like decades to do that. Sometimes he did it in 6 summers. 101 lives that he changed. 101 people who are just like us, if you're listening, who had this crazy, amazing experience and learned about themselves and others. So I'm going to bring him on to talk a little bit about Cardinal and what they're up to right now. We go, boom. What is going on, sir?
Hey, brother. Thank you so much. Very, very kind words. I'll have to pay you later for all those nice things.
You did, and all the lessons you taught me, man. I'm paying you back. It's just what it
Hey,
is.
it's all stolen goods. Yeah, it's kind of something I like to say. I mean, if it helps, it's usually all stolen goods.
Dang, dude, that's awesome, man. So I love your mentality. I love your humility. I wanted you to talk. I mean, obviously, we can talk about Cardinal as we go through the show, but right up the
Yeah,
bat.
we don't take too much time because we have a bunch of other amazing sponsors, and we'll probably talk about Cardinal here and there. But
Yeah,
Cardinal started about 4 years ago. We worked with an amazing group of people, book people, non-book people. Really grateful for Quentin Roberts. He's really the one that really drove us formalizing this partnership with Ponytails, and he's grown an amazing organization. And honestly, Quentin Roberts is one of the best sales managers I've ever worked with. I mean, I learned from Quentin constantly, and I mean, he's just one of those guys that goes above and beyond for his people, not just with affirmation, accountability, but also sometimes just straight up financially, like supporting you in real material ways early on, and just real joy to work with him. Also, Greta. I mean, I'm going to be talking about a lot of people today just because I'm just so lucky to work with a bunch of them. But yeah, man, I mean, this business industry has been a blessing to my family and hopefully others. And it's just a real simple, business. Simple, sustainable, and yeah. Anyways, we'll talk more, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all right, so let's dig in. Let's dig into the episode now. And before we do so, what are you doing the Modelo? Is that what I saw?
Yeah, it's funny. I told you my story about whiskey, and then I was going to the fridge, and I actually had a Modelo. So, right, it's Cinco de Mayo, and the funny thing is I didn't buy it. So it's funny today. Kind of the joke about all this was you're like, oh, dude, I want a Mexican for Cinco de Mayo, and I am a Mexican. But not only that, today's my birthday. Cinco de Mayo.
That's right.
So, anyways, cheers to Cinco de
I was
Mayo.
gonna bring that up. Yes, sir.
Well, you'll get to in a second, but I'm knocking out this Modelo.
Yeah, you go ahead. I gotta catch up here, dude.
That's funny.
So how young are you today?
35 years
Nice.
young, and it's kind of funny I guess I knew this year I was turning 35, but for like 4 or 6 years in a row, like right around my birthday, I would literally have a real like, wait, how old am I turning this year? And I'm serious, like dead serious. Like I didn't even remember how old I was turning. But what it was this year is my kids, which I'm just so blessed, for my wife, Melinda. A lot of people know Melinda, and she's just given me an amazing life with her kiddos. And kids ask you a million questions nonstop. Daddy, so how are you turning? When's your birthday? Is your birthday tomorrow? 3 days? 5 days? How many days? Like I literally for the last like 10 days, Dad, how many days till your birthday? And Daddy, how many years are you turning? And it's just kind of so I'm like, okay, I guess I can't forget now because these little kids will make sure you don't
remember.
Right. So, it's funny because
awesome.
they're actually in the other, I guess, building. So on our property, this is like the metal building. My mother-in-law lives with us, and then the house is, a little bit on the other side of the metal building. That's where my office is.
Heck
So
yeah.
they are watching, and I guarantee you they're laughing really hard right now because I'm talking about them. And
oh man,
so,
love
hi,
it.
Pete, Maria, Luis, Zelly, and Jamie. It's funny.
Shout out.
Yeah, Luis, Zelly, Jamie. Yeah, it's 5 little kiddos. God bless them all.
5, dude. Wow, that's so cool. What's as a dad like? How do you think you've been prepared by like your life experience, not just Southwestern, but like really like just
Well, we get to all the
Cardinals?
sponsors. Did we hit all the sponsors?
Yeah, those are the first 3 are good.
Okay.
We'll get to the other ones later on. You go ahead, dude. We're on.
Because by the way,
So-
shout out to the other sponsors. Like I love seeing other book people win, like massively. I mean, so I love everything about this. I really do. So you were saying the book business helping me, or just books with parenting, or is it
in life, like how has life prepared you to be a dad? Because I feel like your leadership skills has to come in handy. Like your recruiting time had to help somehow.
I don't know. Maybe we'll get into it in a different way. I mean, I think it has. I mean, I think there's no way. I mean, it can't in different ways. But I just been blessed, and I don't know. I've had some amazing leaders. Really, like my preparation before books, I think had a massive impact for books. That it just all kind of compounded on each other. Like my parents. I mean, God bless my parents. And I know. I mean, it's really. I mean, obviously, it's sad. Not everyone has. Was able that's an option for them. Like for example, my wife, her father passed away when she was 7, and so I mean, it's so sad, right? Not like what's missing when you don't get to have a father early on, and but I mean, you were on another podcast. One of you, of course, you were on another podcast because I've been listening to a bunch of your podcasts. But you were talking about your dad, and you're like, man, we have good dads, don't we? You're like, our dad's the best. And then I was like, yeah, but my dad's actually the best. He's better than yours. I'm just kidding. But I'm like,
aren't they all?
Yeah. No, my dad, not to get competitive, but I mean, my dad, my mama, like, just so you got, I have 6 sisters, and I'm the only boy. I got 3 older sisters, 3 younger. I'm right in the middle, and my dad didn't finish like I think 3rd grade because he got kicked out of like 5 schools in 1 year. My dad's just a character. I could talk for like 2 hours about my dad, and the first time he set foot in the United States was jumping off a train in Bryan, Texas, which is the sister city where Texas A&M is,
College Station.
And 30 years later, 3 of his kids graduate from Texas A&M, And anyways, all 7 of his kids graduated college.
Wow.
Anyways, like I mean, Southwestern helped me with parenting, but I also, to a degree, but I was blessed with really awesome parents, very, very strict. My dad's super strict. My mom has an amazing attitude. She's super positive. And I think that stuff helped me with books as well.
Wow, dude, that's so cool. I didn't know any of this about you. So your dad was did both your parents immigrate, or did your dad?
Yes, my family's from Mexico. They're from where Mexico bends, Guadalajara and Michoacan. That's where they're from. And so 3 of my older sisters were born in Mexico. I was actually the first one born in USA. Yeah, there you go.
Right there.
And yeah, my dad's worked extremely hard. He's a truck driver. My dad's one of those people that's unemployable. He'll get fired because he'll go like this to the boss, and he'll just get fired. And then eventually he's like, I'm unemployable, so I better employ myself. So, growing up, every Saturday, entire summers, I was on an 18-wheeler with my dad. And, it was just beautiful to have that kind of time with my pops. And obviously I'm a junior, so my son is Pedro Vega the third. So, I love my pops. And then my mom, she's the best. She's the best.
That's
so
awesome.
Anyways, sorry, I have rant answers. Like a lot of these amazing, I'm not amazing, awesome other alumni.
Dude, you are amazing. It's okay. It's okay that you're amazing. We've had other amazing guests as well, but you are amazing, dude. That's awesome. All right. So first of all, cheers to y'all in Mexico, to Mexico and the Vegas
over there. Yes.
And the Vegas. Cheers to you. And now,
okay. Beers.
Heck yeah, you did it. So all right. So let me ask you about this. So let's dig into a little bit of what you're up to now. I do want to get into your history, but I think that can also come up a little bit more when we get to your Southwestern story. So that's awesome. Okay, because as a Latino, I'm like, oh yes, la raza. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's go. But I do want to talk a little bit about Cardinal and how you got into the story. So maybe walk me through, because you were there at the beginning of when it all started. And tell me about the growth that it's been experienced, because we've been doing these ad reads and I've been talking to Quentin a lot, but to hear the story from someone who was there to see it from the beginning, I think is powerful. And as a person who just started this thing as a podcast, as a company, I am about to take some notes. So tell us, what worked, how did it go? How are you able to have this massive growth?
Yeah, and before I dig deeper, I just want to say, it's an honor to be here. And I'll be honest, I've been kind of nervous leading up to this call, which is really weird. Is I don't get nervous very easily, like at all. Like my wife makes fun of me a lot, and sometimes she's like, "You're irrationally confident. Like you're like confident when you shouldn't be confident." And obviously, no one knows better than that than your wife, right? And it's like kind of funny. I've been reaching out to some people, and I was like, I'm like wondering what to talk about. It's so funny because I've done, gosh, I don't know, 1,000 info sessions. Like I've done a bunch of stuff. Spoken and coached, and it's like, well, why am I nervous? And because and obviously something that neutralizes that. It's hard to be nervous if your heart's on service. And I'm like, well, what's the audience? Maybe there's some kids that are deciding to sell books, ones that are about to sell books. I got all the people that did sell books, people I work with, and it's just like, what can I share that could, actually help? And I'm like, damn, dude, stop thinking about yourself, And it's like, why do I care? And it's because I have so much respect for, everyone that did this, that did this crazy freaking thing. And and it's just an honor to be associated with people that chose to take the path less traveled, took the risk, took a bet on themselves, and just went into the dark, right? And just said, screw it. I'm just going to see what can happen. Just, and it's such an exemplary level, like exceptional group of people, because we're all freaking crazy. They're all of us are just freaking kind of lunatics, and I just have so much respect for you guys. No matter how, I mean, I literally, if you sold half a summer, a couple of weeks, you did the fact that you actually went out there, did it, were vulnerable enough to get, kind of figuratively speaking, like spat on, just humiliated, that you said, I got to go and tech the beast, And so anyways, that kind of made me calm down. It's like, oh, because I just have so much respect for everyone that did this. And I got a lot of love for everyone. I really do. There's so many people that helped me have the experience that I did. And, if I haven't talked to you in a while, if you're out there, I mean, I love you guys. I really do. And so anyways, I just want to say that.
I love that, dude. That is, well, first of all, I'm
I'm not
honored that
gonna
you're
remember what
here.
the question was. Sorry.
No, you're good. No, this is honestly, we get this conversation go wherever we want. That's the beauty
Yes.
about this show. But I'm also honored that you're here. Because when you look back, and that something you said is important, and I think it's worth highlighting, that when there's people that sold 2 books but stayed the whole summer, and there's people that sold, like, we've literally had record setters here before,
Yeah.
like Dave Rosen was on here,
Yeah.
and it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, we like to joke you are your units, because you're not, because you are, because you're not, but like, not maybe business wise, who cares? But like, as a person, it takes a pony. It takes a self pony, right? To do this crazy job. It's so insane.
Totally
That
right.
you did
I'm
this.
gonna get into some of like my recruiting story in a little while. And basically any person you actually recruit is kind of a pony. Because you dig
Yeah.
so much crap to find that one person that says, you know what, I'm gonna freaking go for it. Do what it takes not to finally just shut up and go for it. So I agree with you. I agree with you. It's
It
fun to
takes
get
a
in trouble.
person. It takes a special person. Now, here's the thing, though, and back to the question, because I did it, like,
Oh yeah,
so people
Cardinal. You're
have an
asking about
idea.
the Cardinal. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and just so people have an idea, and I guess where I'm coming from with the question is, so you built a crazy, because people 101 direct recruits is insane in general, but not
Yeah.
just that. It was that each team that you built consistently was either the top team or the number 2 team, barely number 2, edging number 1. Like, they were. I remember looking at the pace setter every summer, and I'm over here I'm over here with my like 3-person team going, all right, guys, here we go. And there's Pedro with 25 people or whatever at sales school, and they're all crushing. It wasn't like you had 20 people and they were all duds. They were all studs, right? So here's the thing. You did that. Great, amazing work. We're going to get into that. But then you went and left and did Cardinal, and now Cardinal's doing the same thing after you joined. So there is a common denominator here, and it's okay that you're amazing, but maybe share the wisdom. Like, how were you able to do this thing where you took something that was, established and good, right? Maybe in Southwestern, and then built a great organization, and then you went into something that was kind of newer and still built a great organization. What are some of the things that helped you kind of like grow that? How are you creating this culture of people who succeed and excel? And yeah, just what are some of those nuggets? Tell us a little bit of the Cardinal story so far.
Maybe I'll start there. I got like a little journal to kind of jot some stuff down. So Southwestern, it's funny you talk about, there's a spectrum, right, of people that, freaking love it forever, neutral, some people that not sure if they like I'm 100% on the change my life. I will never fully repay what Southwestern did for me, right? And or whatever, the people I was able to, work with through it, that kind of thing. Like so I'm on that end 100%. And yeah, I met my wife through it. Praise God. So after the book business, which funny, my wife had, she couldn't even believe I was moving on from the book business. We'll do that later. Just because I just had such conviction for what it does, and for me, for people, for others that are willing to take the plunge and go for it. After the book business, I got to work with one of, if not my favorite alumni. His name is Don Schaefer. This guy is like the best bookman ever to me, almost. He's right up there. And he's an Aggie, Texas A&M class 71. He brought fraternity life to A&M. He was a DSM in the 70s and went off and did an amazing things in the business world and community banking, he just did all kinds of stuff. Sold businesses for multi-millions, for 9-figure, over 100 million. He was Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year, just a total, and one of the best alumni speakers I'd ever seen. and just a hell of a dude. And right after I got done with the book business, he was my first call, and I got to work as VP of sales for a startup called Townie for a year, and that was a year. It was a blast. It was fun. It was so much fun. It was almost like a movie. It was like amazing until it wasn't. And, unfortunately, the product didn't do what it was supposed to, which was a huge learning lesson for me. But I mean, I got to work with like 12 or 13 book people right after that. And I got to offer like 70,000 salary plus bonuses, plus commission, all expenses paid, all travel paid. And
Whoa.
we were just having the time of our, I mean, it was just awesome. I got to live with Sam and Ellie Best. I mean, they're probably busy with their little munchkins, but I got to live with them for an Airbnb, like their family and our young family for like a spring semester in Springfield, Missouri. And, doing the startup life. And it was just a beautiful chapter. But at the end of that, the thing that sucked was, it's kind of like that Willie Nelson song. Here's an old one, turn out the lights, the party's over, right? It's a good song if you want to look it up. And unfortunately, it's like the product didn't work, and we were spending a lot of money without having money coming in, and it was crazy. It could have been beautiful, but it's okay. God's got a plan for everything. And what sucked about that is I had to start being a part of letting go of people that I absolutely love.
Oh.
And the people I recruited were like family, the Chapels. Jimmy Powers, all those people. I don't remember who got actually a lot of people stayed on longer, but Hassan Souder, Anna Franzen, Bridget Duggan, Zach Wright, Isaac McConkey. I mentioned Jimmy Powers, the Chapels. Forgive me if I forgot, but it was just an amazing team, an amazing team. And so it sucked, having to let them go. And it's funny, Melinda and I were expecting, I guess we were expecting Zelly at the time. And I basically said, hey, I'm moving on from that. Because it's kind of like the crap hit the fan. And I was going to have to start working probably 70 hours a week, traveling all the time. And, with 3 kids under 3, and we're about to literally just find out we're having 404 or 405-ish. And so I moved on, had no idea what I was going to do next. Just came home one day, told Melinda, hey, so county's over, and but it'll be all right. We'll figure it out. And that's that bookman confidence, by the way. Some of you rookie out there thinking about if I sell books or not, just do it. Worst thing that happens is you fail. You have this unconditional confidence that things will work out no matter what if you want to work. And I knew it would work out. And so anyways, I knew I was going to get into – actually, I didn't. I just Google searched because I'm in Dallas, 150K Dallas first-year sales professional. I was just like, I'm casting a super wide net. I got a bunch of kids. I have a certain standard of living I got to hit. And, what can I hit working 40 hours a week because I want to spend time with my family. And naturally, you see a bunch of insurance ads. So I self-recruited myself for a different kind of insurance. It's something called more like mortgage protection. And it was, pretty exciting. They had leads. Now these were, older leads, but coming from the cold calling world, right? Door-to-door cold calling.
Woo.
Leads are like, what? What's a lead? This is cool. And
pre-approach done for you.
Yeah, seriously. And obviously everyone that sold books, we would get paid 40% commission off of whatever you sold, right? And I knew Family Heritage, a lot of people, that's a natural transition to Family Heritage, and people get a 40% commission, some get 45, and I wasn't really looking into that. Shout out to Aaron Schaefer. Massive respect for Aaron Schaefer. I did consider it with Aaron because I thought so highly of Aaron, and he showed me a way that it was possible, and I considered it, where basically I could have a better situation. And then I found this industry where it's like, okay, wait, people could start at a 60% commission. This is life insurance on, think of the first year revenue. And so everyone could start at 60%. And then just by selling, you can get up to 85%. And that was blowing my mind. It's have you ever made 85% off of all the revenue you brought in, the first year of anything? I was how is that even real, right? And then it's like, oh yeah, and then if you recruit, you can get to like 115% commission. And I was like, what? How does this, how the hell does this work? And I didn't believe people, very doubting Thomas. Like I literally, like I self-recruited myself with this organization. I was like, look, show me your bank account. Don't bullshit me. Like, because you'd hear all these success stories. Like it was like, it's kind of multi-level, direct sales, hype machine type stuff. But I'm like, okay, some people are making money here. And it's like 6 figures year one, 200,000, this person, 200,000. And then the third year they did 400,000. And then it's like, and I never sold anything before. And I'm like, well, I sure as hell have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have sold something.
Oh boy, have I.
Yeah, I've sold some stuff. And then, so I vetted it out, and it was, I was like, you know what, I think it really build something. But I was excited about the fact that based on what I knew at the time, everyone could start at 60% and by themselves and get to 85%. And so I'm, the reason I did Southwestern for so long as I did is my conviction was so ridiculously high for what it did for me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're going to build something, you have to have extreme conviction what the entry level person can do. Like I've already think 3 things. It's like conviction, then you got to lay the foundation, and then you got to provide the vision, for the future. And so that got me excited. And the deal was you'd buy these leads, you'd be on the phone like Friday, like 5 o'clock to like 9 o'clock p.m., just dialing. And then Saturday, 8 hours on the phone dialing. And then Sunday, 8 hours on the phone dialing to set up appointments for the rest of the week. But I'm like, well, at least it's not cool. I mean, it's like, at least you got leads, right? And so I signed up to do that. That's what I went to go do. And then shout out to my HQ buddy, my first summer, ended up being best man at my wedding, Manny Gonzalez. Because, we keep up. He knew I was doing something with insurance, something involving leads. And then he said, hey, Nicholas Dale, my business partner now, he's doing something like this. He's like insurance, leads, and he's like, I'm his financial planner. He's making a lot of money because I'm seeing his money. And he's like, and he golfed like 70 or 80 times last year. And I don't know if anyone out there plays golf. I don't, but it doesn't take, it takes a long time to play golf. You know what I mean? And I'm like, well, I don't play golf, but I want to have time with my kids and my wife, my beautiful wife. So he just kind of told me, but I was like, oh yeah, that's cool. Like I was already buying leads. I already got licensed. It was like Thursday. I was ready to buy leads and start Monday. And then good old Nick Dale, he calls me and he's like, hey man, blah, blah, blah. And Nick, 5 summer book man, hell of a dude. He's just like, if you knew him back in the book days, just cool ass dude, goofy. I mean, he's just a good time. Nick Dale is just fun, a good time all the time. We're kind of acquaintances. And I was like, oh, hey, Nick. I mean, we knew each other, but we weren't like HQ buddies, recruited together, knew each other, And he's like, hey, this and that. I kind of do something. What are you doing? I'm like, oh, dude, I'm doing this awesome thing. And, the recruiter and me, I'm already like almost even trying to pitch him. And he's like, well, why? He's like, why would you do that? He was like very direct, like that's stupid, And I was like, in my head, I was like, damn, no one really taught Nick how to recruit. This is not how you turn people around. You know what I mean?
Not the playbook.
Like, don't do that. And I was like, look, man, I understand, but I'm good. And I literally kind of rejected him like 3 times. And then like, the sales manager that I was is like, look, man, I don't care if you work with me. Okay. I don't care if you work with me, but just give me 1 day. Give me 1 day. I don't care if you work with me. And like good book man, I was like, this guy gave me 3 approaches and he gave me a buying atmosphere. I'm going to give this book man 1 day,
You got it. That is respect to the game.
Yes. Yeah, because I was like rejecting him. Because, dude, I already bought the leads. I got kids. It's been a month since I quit my last job. I'm like, I'm ready to get started like Monday. I'm ready to make some money. I got kids. And, he sent me his recording. So we're in a different niche. Okay. So we're the same type of life insurance, but our niche is something called simplified issue final expense. So we mainly help out older folks. If you think about all the people you were taught to skip when you were selling books, all the Crown Victorias, the flamingos, glass orbs, gnomes, like all the people you're told to skip, people give you waters and food. And what are you up to? Like those are people not to get on other tangents, but I love old people. I was an Eagle Scout. I was my Scoutmaster's last Eagle Scout, and Tom Bohannon, he's 95 years old. When I met him, he was 72. Like my Scoutmaster was 72 when I met him. And he's still alive. So, anyways, so
the guys mowing their lawns at 9 a.m. on a Tuesday.
Yes,
like that. You're not buying.
Yeah,
books anyway.
So Nick sent me his. It was an hour and a half recording, and in an hour and a half, he set like 10 appointments for the very next day, hour on the hour. Like hour on the hour. Like on Sunday, he dialed it, set up 10 opportunities for the very next day. Okay, that might not sound very cool to a lot of people, but I've spent a lot of hours on the phone. I mean, 7 years of full-time recruiting, like that's insane. That's insane.
Crazy.
Like
in any industry.
Yes, any industry. Yeah. Any industry. I mean, and I was like, okay, so look, let's say he managed to record his pony story of phone time, like his unicorn outcome, phone time. I'm like, okay, let's
best
say half
ever dial.
Yeah, let's say half of that. Let's say half of it. You can get 5 appointments out of an hour and a half of dialing. I'm like, that's a hell of an ROI. Okay, and that's not Nick, that's a system. And I was like, I knew I can build a business off of something like this. And I went and saw him the next day in a true form. He led by example. He crushed it. He had like a $4,000 Monday. And our business, again, fast forward, we start agents at a 90% commission starting on everything they bring in revenue from their first year, a 90% commission. And without recruiting, you can get all the way up to 115% commission on all the annual premium. Okay. And then if you get into build an organization, you get to 120, 125, and 130% commission. Right. And so, we're driving home on Monday, at the end of the day, and he just looks at me just kind of smug, and he's like, just a 4K Monday, 4K Monday. I was like, you bastard, this guy. I was like, and then it was like, if Nick can do it, I can do it, So then it was like putting our heads together. But the thing that motivated me is I was just so like convicted in what can the brand new person out the gate provide for themselves. And it was just a higher ceiling, what was possible. And anyway, so we put our heads together. Went through a lot, man. I mean, it's funny as time goes on. I mean, obviously I have massive respect for Southwestern, but even more, you build a company, it's freaking hard as hell. Building a company's hard. It's constant pain, struggle. Like it's hard, So I even have more respect for Southwestern as time goes on. Like it's insane for a company to be around as long as it is. It's just like, that's ridiculous. It's principles. And, so yeah, man, so me and Nick did it. And I got to give massive credit to Nicholas Dill. I was like, Nick, you tell me what to do, I will do it exactly. And I would call him like 40 times a day, and he was super patient with me. And he'd probably say it. It's like I just tried to extract everything that he knew as fast as I possibly could. And in the beginning, we were not trying to recruit. It started with like people would call, hey, what are you doing? Oh, I'm doing this. How's it going? Well, I mean, it's going pretty good. I mean, how's it going? I mean, I'm doing pretty good. He's like, how much money are you making? And it's like, well, I did this. And it's like, I got to follow you. And I'm like, well, I'm still kind of trying. I'm still figuring this out. Almost like still want to figure this out. And then they follow and like, dude, how do I do this? And then, so you think about annual premium. Our average sale is like $70 a month. So it's like $840 in revenue for the year, annual premium. So between that April 2018, we wrote like 875,000 between meaning like, well, early on, Travis Mickelson, Sean Briefo, Quentin Roberts, Kevin Hoover. It was just buddies. And then, it just kind of went from there. The next year we wrote like 2.75 million. And then it was just, it was a lot of growth. It was hard. Just some amazing people we got to work with. And then next year was like 5.5 million in annual premium. Last year we did 9.5 million.
Jeez.
Praise God, we're tracking a double again. I mean, we finished extremely strong. I mean, we finished strong last year. So trying to double on a year that you finish really, really strong. I mean, it gets harder and harder to double, obviously,
Yeah. At some point you can't. At some point it's just like, or you're a billion.
Yeah. I want to buy that.
billion-dollar company. I mean,
Yeah.
listen, if you continue to do it forever, I
Yeah,
mean,
we'll be at the moon, right? But yeah, I get
well,
it.
it's good. No, if
Yeah.
I'm game because that means that you can become our sole sponsor.
Hey man, we're down. I mean,
We'll be flying guests in. I mean,
on,
it's a whole thing.
and on that note, and talking about Cardinal, I mean, I love our team. I love our people, and thank you guys so much for taking a chance on us. And it really is a privilege and honor to work with you guys. And that was the book people in the beginning, and then now it's like we're recruiting people that never sold books before, that are crushing,
Yeah.
breaking records from the book people, and then they're firing up
Yeah.
the book people, and it's just been a cool thing. So, anyways,
Well, and here's we'll do this now because normally we save this for the for our second ad spot, but this is a good spot to do this because you're talking about this right now, and
sure.
we like to one of our during our shout outs to you guys, we'd love to shout out like the guys that they're crushing it. So these are the numbers that from just this last week that Quentin sent over. So the numbers that you're giving us are crazy, and every week they seem to be bananas. So you guys had 10 out of 49 agents, which is about 20% of your agents who are producing over 10K just last week, right? So their top 10 agents average over 13K in gross profit and they worked about 29 hours on average that week. The following people had 10K, which was Lucas Holland, who did not sell books, Isaac McConkey, who sold books, Jordan Chappell, who just sold books, Travis Thompson, he sold books, Max Clark, who sold books, DJ Acosta, who sold books, and Eric Nicholson, who sold books. John Mark had 2 weeks in a row of 10K production gross.
Yeah,
gross
John
profit.
Mark used from like door-to-door pest control. So not a bookman, but basically it's kind of like a bookman cousin.
Yeah.
He did the door-to-door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michael K. He had 4 weeks in a row over 10K.
Yeah.
And then Nate Alberts, special shout out to him. He has a current Cardinal record as of now for 7 weeks of 10K gross profit in a row.
Eight summer bookman. He's from Minnesota. So proud of Nate. Dude, so proud of him. I mean, I think he wrote like 95,000 last year. So he did not have a good first year. And it was kind of like wake up call. He just like triple dog down on his business and he's just exploding.
That's bananas, bro. That's crazy. Now, out of the 49 agents, 22 of them grossed over 5K in this week. And then 39, which is about 80% of them, did about 3K for the week, which is crazy. That's just what Nate sent us over. And on that note, I want to keep asking you. So how do you do that? How do you go from you and because when you joined Nick, it was just you two?
Yes.
Or,
so, well,
how do you get 49 or 47 others?
Yeah.
I got it.
I mean, it was me and Nick with like the vision to like build something. Shout out to Travis Thompson. So Travis Thompson actually recruited Nick Dale to sell books, and Nick Dale actually got Travis Thompson into the business, and they were working together for a while. Travis kind of went his different way for a little bit, and then Nick was also talking to Travis Mickelson at the same time as me. But when I saw Nick, I was like, no, dude, I need to build my rest of my career, and I'm ready to sink my teeth into something. And so, we decided, and then right after we started working together, we started building with the vision to build something of significance. Right. And, went from there. Now, I guess 3 things: conviction, foundation, vision. I had to, be extremely convicted on what is the entry level role. And can you do this as an individual contributor? Like, I mean, can this be a standalone career as a salesman? Because I have so much respect for the sales profession. Like, I think it's the best job in the world. One of my favorite people I ever met was Spencer Hayes, and massively inspirational person. I got to, it was a really cool experience. I got to spend some time with Spencer. He invited me to his home one time. There was this amazing memory where he invited like 200 people to France when he was getting recognized by the French Legion of Merit. And he invited me and my wife, and it was, super humbling experience. Anyway, Spencer Hayes, self-made billionaire from nothing, right? And he started with the door-to-door book business. I don't know how many titles he's had. He's donated to I don't know how many foundations. And on his business card, it says salesman, just a simple salesman, So I just have massive respect for just the sales profession. So anyways, was convicted in the opportunity. And then the other thing that's important is people don't follow others that have smaller visions than they. So you got to have pretty big goals, pretty big visions if you're going to attract people with pretty big goals and visions. You generally don't follow people that have worse habits than you do. You tend to follow people that have better habits than you do, right? So it's like you tend to follow people that are thinking bigger than you. And obviously, Craig Soder, we've heard him mentioned a couple times over.
Yeah, rest in peace.
So this guy that built a massive organization at Southwestern, one of the greatest ever, like massive, like million-unit organizations he built himself in a year. And then his time ended with Southwestern. I don't remember exactly how, but he eventually came back just because he wanted to give back. And I got to spend some time with him. And one of the things he told me was, it's not what you know, but it's what you remember to use. It's not what we know, but it's what we remember to use. And most success is extremely boring. I talk about that all the time. In our business, I talk about the boring basics. It's never some secret. It's never something special. It's never anything flashy. It's always something boring. And the stuff I'm talking about, right? Having big goals. We learned it more at least keynote speech, right? When you think big, something always happens, right? Something always happens, right? So it's funny whenever I heard about that other business that I almost worked for, and they're like showing their trajectory, and it's like, we're on track to hit 100 million a year, and it's like, man, they did that, and they didn't even have book people for that. So like, I know we're going to do 100 million in a year, and then that'll be a checkpoint for what's next. You know what I mean? In this business, massive thing about the industry that I'm currently in is it's been around for decades. It's been around for like over 100 years. So it's like I'm not having to invent anything. It's just all a matter of execution, belief, your standards, your culture, execution. And anyways, sorry, I'm on a random. I'm on a unfocused random.
Dude, this is gold. This is gold. I am.
How did I do it?
Writing stuff down.
Which maybe this is a good segue to my first summer. I knew whenever I started it that my start is going to be extremely important because my first summer was the foundation for my 8 years of Southwestern. Everyone's going to know, everyone's going to be asking, how'd you do? Right? The whole we would say at Sunday meetings, how'd you do?
Yeah.
How'd it go? How's your first week? How's it going? So it's like, I better give my best and I better be on a schedule. I better be systematic about my activity because it's not a matter of if people are coming after, it's when. And so I knew I had to set an extremely strong foundation. And, so many people I've learned. Mark Rao. I'm forever in debt to Mark Rao for, so many things I learned from him. I talk to Mark Rao every week for like almost 7.5 years straight.
Whoa.
Arguably one of the greatest sales managers in Southwestern history.
Yeah.
So, these, and by the way, these are all Southwestern principles, but it's, the person you heard it the most often from is the person that the quotes get ingrained with, right? And, it's one of those things you can't teach what you don't know, right? So you can't lead where you won't go, right? So I knew it was like, yes, I had this Southwestern experience, but I'm just a dumb rookie now that I'm starting life insurance.
Yeah.
And it's, Nick, you're the boss. Whatever the hell you tell me to do, it's how high. I'm going to do exactly what you tell me, like without question. I'm giving you that kind of authority. And so I knew that first year was really important. And then obviously the vision from the very beginning, I knew it was going to be something significant because I believe in the business. I believe in the service. At the end of the day, we really do help people. We help older people. And a lot of people we talk to are on a fixed income. A lot of book people, you sold to people out there, single wides, double wides out in the country, people on a fixed income. You met all these heart of gold grandma and grandpas, and with how we help people, not something you think about as a younger person, but we're all going to have our time, right? It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. We don't know the day or the hour, but we're all going to have our turn. And there's all these costs, funeral stuff, probably the least attractive thing you could possibly talk about. It's expensive. It's almost like when you think about comparable life expenses, Not the same from a purpose, but it's like a wedding. Like the cost can vary just like a wedding, but it's it could easily be $15,000, $20,000. It could be as much as you want to spend. And a lot of the people we help, they just don't want their kids paying out of pocket, and they're on a budget. And we're a brokerage, so we're not stuck with one company. We can work with a bunch of different companies to put them in a better situation. And so, anyways, convicted. I had to form the right foundation and have a vision for the future. And I'm extremely competitive. When I want to be.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. So what would you say are your principles of leadership that you think that, because you mentioned principles, like companies based on principles are the ones that last. What are like your, maybe like, I don't know, however many you have, what are Pedro's principles?
Well, they're not my principles. Like I said in the very beginning, like anything worth hearing is stolen goods, right? It's all stolen goods. Everything that's true is stolen goods. Another Craig Soder, man. Craig Soder had such a massive impact on me in such a short amount of time. Everything he was saying is that there's nothing new under the sun. It's like these little just super, like not that many words, wisdom punches, right? There's nothing new under the sun. Again, it's not what we know, it's what we remember to use. And so, the book business, there's summers that, I had like granite slab, foundation habit schedules. And there's summers where I just radically failed and was a total hypocrite, but was able to compartmentalize well enough that it was a private failure, and I still had very public successes, and there's a lot of things that, through this podcast, sometimes people, they still leave kind of almost damaged from it, right? Some of the guilt, the shame, things like that. And so I knew there's like certain granite marble stone principles that are good no matter what. But I also know if you're looking at the sales profession, like for a career, it's not a matter of if you're going to get in a funk or you're going to get off schedule. It's a matter of when, if you're literally looking at it as a career. So you have to figure out how to attack that beast. And it's, another shout out to my wife. One of the reasons, she's gorgeous and a hell of a book woman and hardworking and all that, but we have this foundation in our Catholic faith. She was just an amazing, strong Catholic woman. And, I'm Catholic. One of the beautiful things about the Catholic faith, and by the way, the Catholic faith is extremely misunderstood. Almost no one understands it if you're not Catholic, and most Catholics don't even understand it. But it's the Sacrament of Confession. The Sacrament of Confession. Saint Teresa Lisieux, she's so Saint. After the confessional, when people would walk out, she would it's written, with great joy, with a full embrace. It always makes you a little sentimental, but she says, begin again, begin again. Like, no one cares about your sins anymore. Like, it's forgiven. It's done. It's over. God took care of it. Now, go forth and sin no more. And it's like with this great joy of enthusiasm of, what we're called to be. She says, it. And by the way, by she, God, she's reiterating, saints are just people that are amazing messengers, people that live by example really well. It says begin again. So it doesn't matter what the hell happened yesterday, last week, last summer, 2 summers ago. If you can finally, begin again, and how quickly can you begin again, right? You can begin again after every house, right after every goal period, every day, every week, every month. If you just, let's say you just had your biggest day ever, you just like Nate Alberts, he just texted me today, really sweet, awesome message. Just had a $10,000 day, and but tomorrow we begin again, right? So one of the things that we kind of decided on at Cardinal, so we have a morning call every day. It's like 30 minutes. I lead it Monday through Wednesday. And then my other business partner, Joe Williamson, leads it on Thursday. And then Nick Dillisdale leads it on Friday. I guess these are kind of like values of ours. And it's, we promote peace of mind. That's one. We begin again and we pursue excellence. We promote peace of mind, we begin again, and we pursue excellence. Peace of mind is, that's part of what we do as a product, right? We're helping people have the peace of mind knowing their kids aren't having to pay out of pocket, right? But at the same time, when you do what you said you're going to do, and by the way, I'm one of the greatest sinners out there, right? Like, I've screwed up more than anyone, but when you are operating at the level that you want to, you're providing peace of mind for yourself. You're providing peace of mind for your family. You're providing peace of mind for the people around you, because you're the average of the 5 people I say you interact with most often, because we live in such a digital world nowadays.
Yeah.
You see people all the time, but I mean, there's people. I praise God, we have agents in like, I don't know, 27 states, but I'm texting like 30, 40 people a day. So I say you're the average of the 5 people you interact with most often. So we promote peace of mind. We begin again in pursuit of excellence. And the pursuit of excellence, I got to give credit to Henry Bedford. You never know, what you're going to learn from who. And Henry's had a massive impact on the Southwestern company in a lot of ways. And I remember one time we were on a GRG and we're on this amazing boat. I was there with Sam Bess. And I was actually a little unsure about if I was coming back or not, mainly because of compromises in my schedule. And, I just had a horrible summer from a personal sales perspective. And I had this other mentor trying to get me to leave. And Henry said, when you're focused on doing what you're doing with excellence, you're never going to have to worry about your next step. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When you're focused on doing what you're doing, I don't care what it is, but you're doing it with excellence, you'll never have to worry about the next thing, and I'm part of the millennial generation where we're constantly looking for a passion and all this, a meaning in life. And honestly, we're just wasting our freaking energy. The grass is greener where the grass is green where you water it. It's like focus on what you're doing with excellence. The next thing will appear itself. Okay. Everything takes care of itself. You focus on what you're doing with excellence, right? That's, promote peace of mind, we begin again and we pursue excellence, right? And so anyways, and shout out to Jake Osowski. I heard his podcast we missed out on Jake Osowski. Like he interviewed a bunch of different companies and we were the number 2 and it was him. And I got to I forget his name, but there's an amazing organization at Family Heritage. He's a book man and it'll come to me. I mean, Jake Osowski works with it, but I heard so much about it. Their culture, their people, and it was kind of a wake-up call of like, okay, I need to be intentional about our culture. Like we have a great schedule, people are making money, but it was kind of like a little kind of frat life-ish kind of culture, just like, and I was like, we need to like define, what our values were. And I missed out on everything happens for a reason. I'm so happy. By the way, Osal, I loved hearing your podcast and, just so happy to hear you guys doing so well. And you do look beautiful, by the way.
He does, isn't he? He's a good-looking man. That's
I
a
heard about
good-looking
the
fella.
Spartan races, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool. Maybe I should get involved somehow."
We'll put you in touch with Jake. I mean, you already have his number, but I'll hold you accountable. I'll be like, "Hey, Pedro wants to do it."
Yeah. The other thing is, Cardinal. The name Cardinal. Shout again to my wife. My blessing of a wife. So Melinda. Okay, so we have 5 kids under the age of 7. 5 kids under the age of 7. Okay, and my son turns 8 on Monday. Pedro Vega III. She got her master's in Catholic theology over 5 years while having 5 kids under the age of 7.
Y'all are just amazing.
That's not me. It has nothing to do with me. That's my wife. That's my wife.
It's all y'all, man. It's all y'all.
I'm just saying, like, you think I was telling her, honey, finish? Like, I was like, I wasn't pushing that at all. Like, I was like, you have every reason in the world to be like, honey, you're doing great. You don't, but it was important to her because she thought it'd make her a better mom. And, maybe be a teacher one day and teach the Catholic faith to younger kids. And anyway, so listening to her on her online classes, I remember hearing this, this thing about the virtues, right? And, prudence, justice, temperance, and fortitude. And actually, I did kind of like at one of the GRSs. I incorporated into one of my talks, and obviously, in Southwestern, building character in young people since 1868, right? So character has a lot of different dimensions. So you can actually break it down even more, different aspects of character. And so prudence, so cardinal came from the cardinal virtues, right? And I knew that if you built something, you don't want it to be like, oh, the Pedro Vega and Nick Dale agency. Like, I wanted there to be an idea or something that's pointing us towards The kind of people we want to become. Because the beautiful thing about sales is you have the freedom to not do a damn thing. You have the freedom to do nothing. So that means the opposite is you constantly have the freedom to choose to get out of your comfort zone. Like you have to constantly die into yourself and get out of your comfort zone, do all these little things, and all these habits and stuff like that. So anyway, so prudence, our little one-liners is, prudence is make good choices. Justice is do right by others. It's really important working with older people. But again, do right to your coworkers, your, upline, everything. Temperance, master thyself, right? Master your emotions, mental and emotional, your mental and emotional impulses, and, fortitude, do the hard thing. Not to say that we own those things or we do those perfectly, because I sure as hell don't, but that's not the point of, values, or these are the things that we're striving towards. Right. So yeah, man, I mean, that's part of it. Every month we have like a 2.5-day sales school where I get to share all these things that were passed on to me with people that never sold books. And that's a massive joy to see people take it in stride and actually apply it. The beautiful thing about sales is that it's an equal opportunity provider. If you apply it, it doesn't care how long you've been doing anything. You can beat all the veterans. You can beat, you can beat anyone if you're the one actually showing up and doing it that day.
Ooh. Okay. Couple of things here. First of all, dude, that's me clapping at you and your family and your fortitude and your prudence and your temperance.
Well,
and I'm missing one, and you're.
It's okay. I don't even want justice.
Justice.
Yeah.
I knew it. Just making sure you knew it. I'm just kidding.
I was like, because you're talking about.
No, man. Like this is so applicable to not just business but life. Like you could form a family this way. That's really, 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 how do I say this? That's really God loving, and that's really founded well upon solid principles and solid ideologies of doing right, doing morally and ethically good things for people. So good job. That's. I know you're saying shared wisdoms and stolen ideas or whatever you're saying that you learn from all these other people, but you're doing what Craig Soder says and remembering to use the ones that are making an impact on the world. I mean, look, 49 people work for you guys, including your, in your company, and all of them are a part of something that is creating positive change in the world. And I know that not just because you run it, because anything that you do is going to do that.
I agree. I'm really proud of our team, and they do.
You're doing great.
Impact.
And that's huge, man. That's such a cool. It doesn't matter what they're selling. Also, and I was in insurance. Like the people that you're helping need help. Like, I did life insurance for a while, and like it was all term. It's all for younger. I mean, our key is Primerica. So our key.
By the way, it doesn't make one bad or one good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Different chapters in different people's lives. I got term. You know what I mean? Like I'm young. I got a bunch. Mortgages.
Yeah, term makes more sense if you're younger. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Anyway, but that's not the point. The point is like there were people who like I would show up and they're like, and it's for me it would be like older Hispanic people who had got sold some policy by some that let's just make up a bad company, State Farm, and they were like, hey, I had this policy for State Farm. It was this universal something XYZ, all sorts of different superlatives, life insurance, and they said that it was going to have this much. Now I'm 70 or 65 or whatever, and they told me that I'm out of money and my cash value. How does that work? And if you don't know what I'm saying, like it's a mix up. It's a whole mess, and they're Hispanics. And I'm like, why did you buy this? And they're like, well, I just thought that that's what I was supposed to get or whatever, because State Farm or whatever other company that really doesn't exist, like, something mutual, Liberty Mutual or whatever, show up and told them. And so now they're old, right? They're older people. And I go, I can't tell you anything. Like I legally, like where I'm at with our product, we can't do anything to help you. And I had to tell this Hispanic, married couple whose kids are grown up and out of the house, who are probably going to die in the next 20 years.
Yeah.
Statistically, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That I can't help you, even though, you know what I mean? Like I can help your kids. They're young and they have kids.
On that topic, just to give you guys, I mean, if you're trying to understand how we serve people, like our niche, like it doesn't matter what kind of health they have. Like I'm talking about, you can have the absolute utter worst health. Okay, we can cover that. You have great health, we can cover that. But there's no gap in what we can cover health wise, and that's because there's no blood work, no urine work. All they do is they do it's like a quick electronic check. They look at all their prescriptions, and they'll tell you right then if you're going to get approved. You know, and
for people listening who don't understand the life insurance industry and how you get quoted is heavily based on how healthy you are. So like a 22-year-old person who's healthy and fit, right, is going to get a lot cheaper of an insurance even compared to a 45-year-old person who's severely overweight and smokes for obvious reasons, because it's all based on the likelihood that you're going to die.
Well, and unfortunately in America, most people are not healthy, you know?
Yes.
Unfortunately. Like, you know, like almost half Americans are taking like 7 or 8 different pills. You know what I mean? Like, so it's a huge group of people that need help. And, yeah, man.
So the fact that you don't even check health is huge. Like we do.
No. Just to be specific, we absolutely check health every single time. But my point is there's a product for every type of health. You know, so you can get better bang for your buck. You know, a little worse health, a little less bang for your buck, but we still got you covered. If you got, I mean, God forbid, you know, cancer, HIV, whatever, like we can still help you. We're still going to give your family some peace of mind and get you covered somehow, you know, which is cool. And here, I mean,
and that's huge. That's huge.
Yeah, anyways, sorry. Thank you for the kind words.
No, yeah, that's absolutely really. I mean, like, so what you're doing is great. What you're doing for the people financially, your clients financially is huge. What you're doing for your agents financially is amazing. Like, it's just a really cool. It's a really cool thing that you're doing, and also, you know, because I've spoken with Quentin quite a bit over, you know, partnering and of course we've had Greg on the show. We've talked to her a couple times. So she was kind of like the catalyst of everything, and just all y'all have been such a cool group of people. Like, it's the culture that you guys have built is really, really powerful. We even had that on our Derby meeting a couple of weeks ago, talking about how to build culture and the way that you guys have built this foundation of ethics and morals first, that then shine through how and
well, I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's like we didn't set those first. It's kind of like, if you think about, you have certain things. I feel like the leading by example is the foundation no matter what, and then it's like eventually it's like you got to make the house look beautiful, and the values and the culture, I think, that is what makes the place look beautiful, right? But you know, I said that in the beginning, like, you can't teach what you don't know, and you can't lead where you won't go. I felt like this was important in the journey of our business. When I was sitting down with Nick and we're figuring out, okay, how we want to do this. And Nick was already in the business several years and he was doing really, really well. And he's like, well, dude, yeah, let's do it. You know, like, how about I just put you at a 5% commission under me, you know, because he was already at the 115, 120%. And then we'll recruit all these people and obviously we'll train them. And then, you know, they'll start at the 90%, or 85%. That's something we were thinking about then. And he's like, because, you know, he was giving me that pass of like, well, you know, you're a DSM and you know all these people and yada 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 yada. And I was like, no, that won't work. I was like, nah, man, I gotta start at the lowest commission, me personally. And Nick, you're gonna make an override, you're gonna get a good chunk of myself, but that means when I call you 50 times, you're gonna have a skin in the game to answer my call, you know. And then so I started from the very bottom. And so on our commission schedule, like, it's very important to me. At Southwestern, we taught, I will never ask you to do anything I have not done, that I'm not willing to do or have not done myself, you know? And it's like, I mean, it's just like unconditional. You just can't have that. Like, the business will not work. It will not sustain itself if I can't say, no, I've done it. I understand it. And I'm not going to ask you to. There's not one requirement in our commission schedule that I've not personally hit all the way through, you know, from the personal sales perspective to the recruiting, the building organization, the yada, yada, yada. And that's not the, like, you know, that's not trying to give me credit. That's just a fact that the business won't work unless you have the credibility to say, I'm not going to ask you to do anything I have not done, that I'm not willing to do or have not done myself personally. You know,
that's huge. That's huge. And that took guts from you, but that's basically kind of what you just said. You knew that there was going to be a vision that you had to build for the future. And knowing that later on, you touched on this. You said when other people come along, not if, but when other people come along in the future, what am I going to say about my first experience and how I was able to do it? Right. And so doing that was huge to be able to help you guys just crush and blow. I mean, you're continuing to blow up. I have no doubt that this is a upward climb that's going to have, years, if not decades of momentum. So that's exciting to watch. And dude, I'm excited for you. Yeah, dude. Oh, absolutely. One more question about Cardinal, and then we can move on into your Southwestern stuff. So you're 4 years in now, and you're looking back. Is there anything that you would do different, or that you would tell yourself 4 years ago to go, hey, actually, that was something we could have done or not done to have it gone better?
I don't know if I can answer that right now. Like that there's so much to that question. And it's,
if this is a story for another time, that's okay.
Yeah, it'd probably break my brain. Because, glory to God too. Like God's hand's been through, I mean, he's guided a lot of things along the way. Been extremely blessed to work with the right people at the right time. But it's like building a business is living in a constant rent. If anyone's ever renovated a house, it's a pain in the butt, right? And imagine living in a renovated house that never finishes getting renovated. That's what building a business is. That's, it's like great. Oh, we're building a house, but it just like constantly sucks in a way. Cause it's like, it's never as good as you want it to be. And it's like, there's things that are done well, but it's never going to be, I mean, it's just like, we got you here. It's never going to get you, it's not going to get you there. So it's just like, everything's a constant mess. So it's kind of hard to answer that question. But, we're a lot better now than we were a year ago. Wait for a long 2 years ago and that kind of thing. But it's just a constant mess. So God bless everyone that works with us. That, thank you for your patience.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I love that analogy because as we're doing that at the show and building the show, it's like, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's like, all right, the kitchen's done.
So I guess it's okay.
And then you go to look at the landscape outside, you're like, oh, jeez.
Yes.
That's awesome.
And the thing is, I don't think it ever ends.
No. Because by the time you go fix all the other things, the kitchen's old again. You're like, I got to renovate the kitchen again.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. You're like, damn, this shit flap. It doesn't look very good anymore. All these gray tones. I don't know.
It's because it's not a mansion, which is the beauty of it. If you wanted a mansion, go work at Apple.
By the way, I mentioned earlier, I got to go be in Spencer Hayes' home, and that was insane. Talking about like marble walls. Think about that, like marble walls. Like he had this floor, like he visited this like chateau, I think in France, and he walked on it, and he's like, this is like, I don't know, from like 500 years ago, and he's like, I want this floor. You're like, oh no, he's like, no, I literally want this floor. So he bought them, had them take out the floor, and this is like not nails, like wooden pegs for the floor. It was a super intricate, beautiful thing. Had them shipped. No, by the way, the stone on the outside of the mansion, palace, whatever, was stone from over there. He had that specific stone shipped over, built there. And the same thing with the wood, relaid. And then when he walked on it the first time, he's like, the one over there used to kind of creak a little bit. This one doesn't have a creak to it. Can you make that work? I mean, so to me, the beauty of that is like in the appreciation for master craftsmanship and how focused you are on, like, I don't know, things that you want. Which obviously at that point in your life, gosh.
When you have that much money with the
things that you've done, how many lives you changed, like businesses you created, whatever. I mean, those kinds of things that, get you excited. And I mean, I don't know. God, may rest in peace. God bless Spencer Hayes. He had even before I ever met him, the story of him had a massive impact on me. Like the idea of who he was and what he had done before I ever met him had a massive impact on me.
Amen, brother. Amen to that. And that he donated like $375 million of art to that on that trip that you mentioned earlier in France.
Cool story to that. Cool story to that, because it was 3 nights. One was like at the American Embassy in France. The other night was at the Musée d'Orsay, the museum that donated all the art to. And then the third one was at like it's like the White House in France. It's like the White House.
Yeah,
it's like
the
where
minister's
the
palace.
president is at, or the whatever, the French president dude at that point. So I'm sitting there, and it's just insane. Like I'm just like, like humbled to be there. And basically, we had to fly there, but he paid for all the meals, and I think it was like $6,000 a head for 3 nights of meals. So he spent $12,000 on me, just me and my wife. I think he spent like a couple $1 million for a couple hundred people to be there. Which, by the way, obviously did not have to do that, obviously, but he knew we would be sharing stories like this one day, and he wanted other people to be a part of that story. When they were introducing him, he was telling, the first thing he said was, I remember leaving to sell books with my wife, like he's telling the story of being a door-to-door bookman, and I'm just like, yes, what humility. And it's just something beautiful about that, that's where he's at. He's like, so anyways, I'm sitting at the table and it's like, okay, who are you? There's all these crazy people that done all kinds of stuff. He's like, well, I'm actually the guy that negotiated the donation. I'm like, oh, wow, that's pretty crazy. So tell me. And at that point, no one knew yet how much he had donated. Cause he's a TCU alumni, which by the way, my wife graduated TCU. And so he had done stuff like $20 million donation. Like he had done stuff like that before. And so I'm like, multiple ways I got it out of him how much the donation was. And, it was, about $370 million worth of art. And then he said, we're trying to get the other half too. We're still trying to get a hold of the other half. And I was just like, wow.
That's $1 for everyone in the U.S., and then you would still have $40 million left over.
No, 400, because the 370 million was just half.
Oh yeah, of what he just. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so another
that was
400
just half.
million.
So he had another half of that, and that's just the art, right? Anyways,
oh my gosh,
there's so many people. Dan Moore, Dan and Maria Moore, massive impact on my life. It's funny when we were having our beautiful kids early on. Melinda and I were, still building our business at Southwestern. They gave us this beautiful little cup in like a little plate for each of our kids, and it was like this steel type cup with enamel around it, and it's like, God, it was really beautiful. And I really appreciated it a lot then. It was really special, like this fancy cup and thing. But it's still kicking. And I appreciate it now because kids can't break steel, like a little steel cup and plate. And, I just have, I love those people. Actually, Maria Moore is probably the reason we got invited to that trip. I remember we were having a breakfast and we were hearing about this trip. And I don't know, I can't confirm it, but she's like, well, you're going to the trip, right? And I'm like, I don't know. No one's really, she's like, oh, I'm sure Spencer wants you there. And or something like that. I have some really cool pictures from that. I'll never forget the rest of my life.
Wow.
Maria's got a lot more important things to watch, but there's this quote that was really important to her that stuck with me a lot. And it's the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. And, so that one's a really good one.
Psalm 23.
I don't even know what it is, but I remember the words.
Even though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I shall fear no darkness. That's right. You are my. Anyway, sorry. Good, dude. This is so good. I love this job. I love this job, and I love the people that I get to talk to. This is so fun.
Well, you're doing a great thing, man. You really are.
I'm trying.
Good.
It's not. I was gonna say I think you're about to say my whole team, and I think that's really the key. I do nothing. I just talk. This is my part. Everything behind the scenes, I do nothing of this. This I get the fun part, I guess. But Nick is killing it with the jockey team. Naomi's doing the BIZZLER stuff. Amy's behind the scenes doing guesswork and getting everything aligned. And then Heather's the one that's putting together all our fans and getting things aligned so we can have like a cool fan experience. I just get to do this part, which I'm lucky to do so. So I'm just honored to be here with you. What do you say we move on to some Southwestern stuff?
How about we do a little quick pit stop?
Yeah,
I want
that's
to
fine.
go get a glass, and then I'll be right back.
All right, get you a glass. We can open that whiskey, take a shot, and then move on into some stuff. I got you. In the meantime, I do want to talk a little bit about our partners while Pedro comes back. Shout out to Southwestern Real Estate. As we've heard, the insurance business is extremely lucrative. There's a ton of lucrative industries out there that are kind of full of mediocre standards, kind of like Pedro was talking about. And real estate is just another one of those. There's about 95% of people who are registered real estate agents that fall off within a year. 95% after they get registered, they fall off. But that's where Pat and Southwestern Real Estate kind of turned it around. In the last 15 years, they grew into 14 different states. They have a ton of agents all over the country. And it's literally the opposite. 95% of the agents that work with Southwestern Real Estate stay with the company, and then they end up making six figures as a consequence. So it's too good of an industry to mess it up right now, especially currently. But they're having a lot of fun over at SW Real Estate, and Pat and his team have done a great job of building a culture there too. Speak of another human being whose impact on how to build a culture has affected all of us. That's him right there. And so, if you're looking for something to do, have some warm leads, and have some reliable sales, it's a good opportunity to join Pat's team, especially that they are crushing it even this year alone. Pat is amazing, dude. He likes to say they're 99% drama free.
I love that. I laugh. But massive respect, Pat Roach. I mean, it's really exciting. Awesome to see the success there.
Yes, sir. And then before we shared the numbers with Cardinal, so I'll shout out one more here. Thought Leader, they are one of our most recent jockeys. You remember Dillon Barr? You ever meet Dillon Barr?
Yes.
Dude, Dillon is hilarious.
Dude, I heard about that opportunity. It sounds amazing. I mean, it sounds like
dude.
I would have definitely checked out. Like, it's really
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you haven't heard, if you're listening and you haven't heard about what they're doing, so they help people land TED Talks. They've helped over 400 people successfully land a TEDx talk.
Incredible.
And they're looking for people who sold books to do so. They partnered exclusively with us to help them find and grow their team. They currently have openings for two different roles. One is SDR, and the other one is an enrollment advisor. So an SDR is kind of like the entry level role. You're calling warm leads. No more cold calling. They're warm leads, people who've expressed interest in working with them, and your job's to qualify them to make sure they're the right fit for the program to get them enrolled to the TEDx talk. It's about a $50,000 to $75,000 a year on target earnings, and of course, a path to progress into the bigger role, which is the enrollment advisor. And those guys are talking to genuinely interested people who have been pre-qualified to land a TEDx talk, and essentially just kind of walk them through the program and get them to join the program. So they are qualified applicants. Their on target earnings are about $130,000 to $200,000 a year. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So obviously high standards, kind of like at you guys' place. Really, really high standards for this role, but for the right person, it could be a really, really good opportunity. If you're interested, send Dillon Barr at Thought Leader. He's the head of sales and client experience there. He's also, of course, he sold books, but his email is DB, like Dillon Barr, DB at thought-leader.com. On the screen, you can see the link there. And otherwise, you can reach out to us and put you in touch with him. But thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So anyway, all right, brother. So let's do a shot here. Wait, do you have your whiskey open?
Yeah, I already started.
This is just sipping, or do you want to shoot?
Yeah.
Wait, all that's whiskey?
No.
I was like,
no, I put a little water in there. A little water in there. We'll tell you a whiskey story here in a second, but
yeah,
I've already started, so you're good. I'm not taking shots. I'm just sipping.
All right. But I have some tequila in here. I'm gonna crush, and then I'll sip on this tequila.
Right.
We're still working on this Patron bottle. Yes, sir. Cheers to you, sir. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Y viva Mexico.
Yes. You know, it's funny. The whole Mexico thing. I'm gonna say something that's slightly embarrassing because I feel like it's part of this, so it's good, and it's got a Mexican angle to it. I'm giving all the disclaimers and everything because I have to. Here are the disclaimers. Some people were that were in my. I have friends that are gay. I'm not. I have people that I love in my life that are gay and everything, and but I got to throw it out there because I feel like Mexicans can be kind of homophobic in some way if you're being like straight up honest, like
Latinos in general, but
Latinos in general. Like
that's a massive generalization, but yes,
it's part of the culture. Like if you're being blunt about it, like it's kind of like macho. If you're not macho feminine, you're kind of a little little bitch or whatever. Just kind of like that's part of the Mexican like very. If you're not masculine, it's like the opposite of that.
To give people context, so to kind of to help people understand, if you say something is gay in 2020 words or 2022 words, that's not good. But there's still like things like marica.
Yeah. Yes.
Right. Which is like you can't say that in English, but in Spanish it's totally cool. Like this is marica.
It's really cool, but it's funny. Like the cussing in Spanish is just hilarious. Like if I were to like my father cusses a lot in Spanish, but cussing in Spanish is almost like endearing. It's not even really cussing, but it's just anyway. This is not good.
Yes.
I'm not just fine.
I get where you're coming from.
Yes, but anyways, I remember my first summer. And part of this is like my baggage. Like I'm the only son. My dad is extremely macho. I mean, 7 kids, worked hard. I mean, Anyways, there was a Hispanic person that was on the cover of this pace setter, and they were somewhat feminine, and it came around like and then for whatever reason we were driving home from the Sunday meeting, and it was George Lopez, a comedy sketch. And it was like, man, fuck that puto, FTP. It was like a joke of like, F that puto, yes. And it's kind of like, man, and it was just like he said it like multiple times. And then in my mind, I was joking with my roommates, and it's like, am I really gonna let that Hispanic be the one that's on the cover of the pace setter? Be the first one on the cover of the pace setter? And I was like, man, fuck that puto. It was like, and on my car, it was like FTP on my dash. I mean, there was a lot going on that week, but it was just like part of it. Like I have to embody like el Mexicano, like
La
I can't
raza.
like it was just like this thing. There was a lot going on, but it was just kind of like the icing on the cake. Anyways, I did end up being the cover of the pace setter that week, and on my name it was Pedro FTP Vega. So no one really knew it.
For all they knew, you had a lot of blue letter words, and it was "fuck the police." Like
Just it was blaming on George Lopez. Same time, I have a lot of people in my life that I have a lot of love for. A lot of awesome, gay people.
Hey man, we need those Hispanic comedians out there. Gabriel Iglesias, and George Lopez. We need those guys. Those guys are helping us. They're helping us.
Shout out to my HQ buddies, Corey Valdez Brewer, Zach Valdez, and then Patrick Samuels later that summer. I mean, it was a hell of a summer. It was World Cup Power 8, all top first years. Manny G. I mean, Manny G had a big impact on my life. He wasn't my student manager, but he was my roommate. The leader. He was I think he was a co-OL or AOL, and he had a massive impact on my summer that summer.
Dude, that's epic. All right. So hold on, let's rewind. We'd love to get everybody's origin story, because that's something that we don't hear much. You hear all these advanced sales, and nobody ever talks about how they got recruited. So let's wind the clocks back. So you're 35 today. Happy birthday again, by the way. If you don't know, if you're just tuning in and jumping into this broadcast live, Pedro's birthday, so he's sharing it with us. Appreciate that a lot.
Tell you so much. I love book people and what you're doing. It's my freaking birthday, and I'm spending time with you guys.
It's a gift to us
for the book world. I mean, it's not just ponytails, but literally the people out there. But anyways,
appreciate it.
Yeah. So how did it start? Right? How did it
go back 17 years or whatever, however old you were, and how the heck did you get into this book business?
Let me see. I'm trying to think if because I can share a screen, right?
And if you can't, you can share it. Send it to me, and I can share it from here. Because we've done that before.
I won't go that far into it. But anyways, I shared this at a GRS once. So by the way, people out there, you're trying to figure out what school to go, send your kids to. Damn it, I keep screwing it up. Texas A&M, best college in the United States of America. Period.
Or so they say.
No, period. I mean, it's not really an argument, but you understand, I'm sure. So I had no idea about A&M, but I ended up there. And at A&M, there's a military college. So a lot of people have heard of like West Point, Annapolis, things like that. But Texas A&M started as a military college, and they still have a military college. It's called the Corps of Cadets. So, and it's got, I mean, ridiculous history, tradition. I mean, it's just, it's funny. Like A&M, like the A&M network, they call it a cult. Just like Southwestern's very strong culture, right? And so it's like I was already prepared for very strong cultures, right? Cultures, and I mean, so I did the military college, and it was an absolute blast. I mean, by blast, I mean the first year is absolutely atrocious. It sucks. I mean, it's kind of like boot camp for an entire first year, and it's an amazing opportunity for leadership development. And half of the people go into the military, half don't. I didn't go into the military, but I was razor thin close to going in the Marine Corps. And anyways, it was just a great experience. And I was in the Aggie band. Like the Aggie band was a massive part of my life. And at A&M, the marching band at A&M, to be in the band, you have to be in the military college. So it's actually the largest military marching band in the world. Military style marching band in the world. And fun facts about A&M: in World War II, there were 20,229 Aggies that served in World War II. Of those, 14,123 served as officers, more than the combined totals of the United States military and Naval Academy. So think about that, like the amount of like impact on, the military, all kinds of stuff. There's like 7 Medal of Honor winners from A&M. So just ridiculous military tradition, history, all kinds of stuff. It's very near and dear to my heart. The Aggie band is, it's not like most college bands. Like most college bands are like, it's dorky, it's weird, it's like it's not cool. Like no one wants to be in the band. Okay, A&M is one of those rare places where like everyone has like massive respect for the band, loves it. It's like a national treasure. Google Fighting Texas Aggie Band, it'll blow your mind. Like it's special. People like cry and stuff after they watch it. Like there's like people that did it 60 years ago. They're like it's hard to describe, but it's just like this thing that's been there for like over 100 years, and it's not like the regular marching bands, And part of that, if you're in the band at A&M, it's like your entire life. You literally live together. It's like I was like, so all the way through college, I was in a uniform, formation, PT. I lived like a military life all the way through college. And actually sophomore year, I was like the bugler in the Corps. Like, raising the flag every day. Like, it was just like, I lived that whole life and I loved it. You would get inspected every day. I could talk for like 2 or 3 hours on that entire experience. And, it was a great experience. Anyways, I had the honor, my senior year of serving as the band commander. So I got to be in charge of the marching band my senior year. So you can tell why I love it so much. Now, it was my entire life. Like my entire life, I slept probably 3 or 4 nights a week. Nights a week, 3 or 4 hours a night, like almost all the way through college, and it was an absolute blast, like absolute blast. And I thought I was seriously considering going in the Marine Corps because I love the military life so much, or like just the lifestyle of it, everything about it. And but I'm the single boy, 6 sisters, for like 2 years. I was like, yeah, I'm thinking about going to the Marine Corps. And it's like literally from the beginning to 2 years later, my sister's response was like, that's so selfish of you. I was like, what do you mean? I don't know if there's some of the thing, like the guilt thing. It's like, do you know what would happen to you if you like died? Like, do you know what that would do to mom if you died? Like, you know what I mean? Like, how dare you potentially?
La familia.
Like, yeah, like, you know what that would do to mom? And I'm like, honor, service, country, like, like America, let's go America. Let's, like, I just, the Marine Corps, I just love what it stood for. And to me, it was like, they're the best. Anyways. And I was like, I got to the point 2 years later, they still felt the exact same way. Like, don't you know, they put all the Mexicans in the front, it was like, there was like this whole thing of like, this whole thing. And I was like, and even 2 years later, I got to the point, it's like, you know what? I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to do it anyway. And I had an amazing college experience. I'm not trying to say this, to brag. I'm just saying to give you guys some context before the book business. There was not one thing that I applied for all the way through college that I didn't get. everything I did, I ended up being, I had the opportunity to serve, to the degree I wanted to, until the week before I came to an information session. There was this internship in DC where you would intern for like a senator, and then it would be, you're basically on this track to basically be a politician. I'd be like, oh, I'll go in the Marine Corps, probably go to law school, probably be good to have this like internship with some senator, blah, 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 blah. And I had a pretty damn good resume applying for it. I had like recommendation letter from like a 3-star general, like the board of regents, like the people that make decisions for the entire A&M and system. Like I was a student worker in that office. Like I had met Rick Perry like 2 or 3 times. I confirmed.
Wow.
It was just like all this crazy stuff that it was like, I mean, I should have a pretty good shot at this internship. Not to be arrogant, but it's like I got the names list. I remember like, okay, applications, and then there's this interview, and I show up and there's like a list. There'd be a list of the people that would get an interview. And this is like the last semester of college after I've basically accomplished everything I ever wanted through college. Not that I wanted to do all that in the beginning of college, by the way. I had no idea any of that was going to happen at the beginning of college. But I remember showing up to the list and like my name wasn't on the list. And I remember like asking a lady, hey, is there like another list? Like, like this list.
Oh.
And she's like, no, that's kind of, the list. I'm like, well, is there going to be another list coming out like next week? Or it's like my mind couldn't compute that I wasn't on the list. She's like, well, we just had a really strong, group of candidates this year. And she basically told me like, look, buddy, you didn't make it. You're just not in. And this administration building at A&M, which is like one of the most beautiful buildings at A&M. And I remember like walking, kind of confused. There's this gorgeous stairwell and sitting down literally on the steps. And this is like the first time through all of college that I've basically been told no. And it was a big eye-opening moment in my life that there's something beautiful in life when God actually shuts a door. Which at the time it can feel painful. But when the world's your oyster, it can be so confusing. There's so many different ways your life can go. But there's something beautiful about when God just shuts a door, like just closes it. And I found out later there was, well, whatever. I didn't get it. The next, and so kind of put a little bit of like wrinkle in like, oh, I'm going to the Marine Corps, and then this internship's gonna be good for this, and all my scheming, my master plan, maybe get into politics or whatever. And the next week, I get a call to come to an information session, and I was like, what the hell, I'll go. And
I'll take this internship.
yeah, I'll check it out. Jessica Lackey, God bless Jessica Lackey. She was my student manager, and which, by the way, Jessica Lackey, she was number 2 rookie in the company. She sold like 6,700 units her first summer. Sold 4 summers, sold 10,000 units. Just an amazing leader. One of the most humble people you will ever meet. And God picked her to be the person that called me, because I don't know if I would have sold. I don't know if I would have sold books. Because this whole Mexican thing too. Like my dad has this massive "don't trust anyone" thing. Like my dad's like, I got like 100 different sayings. Like, "Mijo, no hay amigos." No hay amigos. Like, there's no such thing as friends. I heard that like 1,000 times my entire childhood is no hay amigos. There's no such thing as friends. He'd say cuates. He'd say cuates, los huevos. Y ni ellos se hablan. Which is really kind of crude translation, which is saying buddies, cuates, are your balls.
Fuck that.
Are your balls, and they don't even talk to each other. So friendship is bullshit. There's no such thing as friends. He's like, el mundo es la vida de conveniencia. Like, the world is a life of convenience. People are just friends because it's convenient. Like my dad's been through a bunch of stuff, and I'd say he's like a minor comedian. Like he's been through a lot. I mean, he's got scars all over his hands. How many fights he's been in? He's been stabbed. He's been through all kinds of stuff. I mean, I grew up. We'd go to a restaurant. We'd sit in a corner to like watch both exits, kind of thing. Like, we're from Michoacan. It's a part of Mexico where if you stay there, you got 2 options of what your life career choices are going to be, like,
yeah.
Anyways,
listen, my dad's from South Bogota. I get it. Like,
yes,
we're on the same boat, baby.
Yes.
I feel you. Like, I'm not saying my daddy could kick your daddy's ass, but probably. But that's a whole different story. Story for another time. Moving on to the next thing. So Jessica Lackey calls.
My dad will grab like a hammer, like he's literally done it. Like in his 60s. Let me put it that way. Talk about road rage. Like,
let's just say a podcast between our dads would be fucking awesome to watch. That's a true story.
You might be onto something, because then we translate. I don't know. Like, My dad's hilarious, dude. It'd be hilarious.
So Jessica Lackey, now
sorry.
Roberts. Shout out to Quentin
Yes,
and
yes.
Jessica
That's
Roberts.
the funny thing too. The way God works, like the circles, like me and Quentin ended up working together, and he married my senior manager, and it's like, and we, anyways. So I'm getting everyone like this. The Corps of Cadets was such an amazing opportunity to practice leadership. It's a systematic experience to like first year is all about being a follower. Like you just suck. Like you don't even have a first name. Like you are Fish Vega the entire year. It's not your privilege to have a first name. It's not your privilege to like, think, want, or feel the entire year. And I mean, and then the second year, it's a chance to be a direct leader, which is your job to make their life a living hell. Like I made people cry for a year. Literally, I'd be yelling, spitting in their face, kind of like I made people cry. And then junior year is indirect leadership, senior year is executive leadership. So it's like I just finished this amazing chapter of leadership development. And anyways, so I get called to an info session. And Marcel Mayer, shout out to Marcel Mayer.
Yeah.
Dude, Marcel Mayer.
He's hopping on the show.
The greatest bookman to ever sell books. I mean, number one in the company, A&M. So A&M had this awesome tradition of kicking ass in the book business. So I had these standards like Marcel, Jessica Lackey, Amber Bragg, then Thomas. And then it's just like the bar was so high. And it's funny because, again, I have this whole from my dad, like, don't trust anyone ever. And then I come to this info session and like, I didn't want to like it. I didn't want, like, it was like, I almost felt like I was being like hypnotized. And I didn't like that this guy was so freaking good at making me want something. And I was just like, this freaking, like, it was almost like in a little bit of like an aggressive way that I didn't like how good you are. Cause it's like, I just had a great college experience, but I can't even take this guy's shoes off. You know what I mean? Like it was, and obviously Marcel had already so many years into anyway. So after it, I was really interested, but I was just kind of like shocked with how freaking sharp Marcel was. And then Jessica, just an amazing person anyway. So it does sell books.
Wow.
Had a great first summer,
So
and amazing coaches.
Hang on. I want to dig into something here that I want to hear from you because I love asking this question. It's not the money. For people like you who have a career of like 7 summers, you recruit 101 people, right? It's not the money. It's not the travel. We want to say it's a travel, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. What on that day, if you can remember, and most people can so far, if you can't, that's okay. Yeah. We can move on. Yeah. But like, what was it that day that you're like, I need to do this? Because for people like you, it's something else. And I always love to ask and hear because I feel like there's an inspiration.
No, appreciate you refocusing me. Because Marcel made such an amazing impression. And what it was leadership. Like I've had such amazing leaders in my life, like going back to high school, like my scoutmaster, my band director. So trumpet, I played trumpet all the way through college. I was in a jazz band, concert band, Glenn Miller, Duke Ellington, like big band, jazz type stuff all the way through college. And then, so I was able to spot really, really exceptional leaders. Some people, they see Southwestern, maybe they're just like, I don't even know what to do with this. But like I had come across like exceptional leaders. And at an early point in my life, I realized like leadership was really important to me. And then the Corps just had like made this like rebar granite found it just made it like crystallized leadership for me really, really well. Like the Corps Cadets at Texas A&M. And then I saw Marcel, and it's like I hadn't seen a leader like him. Because again, I studied international studies and politics and diplomacy, Spanish double major, blah, 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 blah. It's funny, a mentor of mine's like, oh, so you majored in bullshit, just like me. I was like, yes. I had no idea I was going to go on sales. I knew leadership was important. I thought I was going to go in the military. Never thought business or sales. But I knew this person had influence. And he had, so obviously that you've said this. This guy has something I don't have. The way I conceptualized it was, okay, I just finished the Corps and I heard all these governors, like multiple governors, and I'm extremely competitive. What part of it is bad, right? It's the ego, the pride, too much ego. And you hear these people that are just so insanely successful, and you hear about this your entire life. You're like, look at these heroes, and their success is so big, it's almost like alien or foreign. But then you see a common denominator. This governor, they all did this crazy ass thing when they were 18 to 22 years old. Okay. If I can do the same thing they're doing or did Like it's almost like I can be in part of the same laboratory. And if I can beat them in some kind of measurable or quantifiable way, then maybe, okay, it's another indicator of what's maybe possible for my future, right? But it's almost like I still have to figure out, is this real or not? So it's like I had that, I was like, okay, as a young man, it is appropriate for me to work my absolute ass off. Like as a young man, like it's just, I'm finishing college. All right, big shot. What the fuck are you going to do now? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You talked about all this leadership. So it's like one day, if there ever is going to be some memoir or whatever that's written, there's got to be a chapter where it's like I just worked my absolute ass off, So it was just kind of it was kind of logical to me that it's like I need this chapter of working my ass off, and I knew how important communication skills were after 4 years developing through the Corps and leading the band, and so I was like, I'm not going to be worse at communicating with people after I talked to 3,000 people in the summer. So it's just kind of logic, but is this real? And ultimately, I had to decide whether or not to trust Jessica Lackey. Like, I remember it was like my son, and Jessica, if you ever meet her, it's like, well, actually, I think you're going to talk tomorrow.
Yeah,
so
We're shooting for everybody listening. We're shooting it tomorrow, but there's going to be a Mother's Day episode that's airing. That's going to be shot tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So just for people who didn't know,
And my wife,
I'll meet her tomorrow.
My wife's going to be on it with,
and your wife, yeah.
Two important women in my life, So anyways, I remember in my interview process, like just kind of like staring her down. I think it was like my second interview. And Jessica's like very down to earth, humble. Like it's one of those, like, if you can't trust Jessica Lackey, there's no hope anymore. You know what I mean? Like there's just no hope for the world. Like I remember staring her down and like she asked me like, Pedro, like what? And I didn't even say anything. But in my mind, I'm like, you're just gonna have to freaking trust her. And I was like, I trust her. So I was all in. I was like,
wow.
In the Corps, your freshman year, you're taught to be coachable, by the way. And obviously there's different spectrum of fish. That's what you're called. You're called a fish in the Corps. And I had a great experience as a fish in the Corps. I knew it was a game from the very beginning. And it's just do exactly what you're taught. If you're given an inspection, your uniform, anyway. So I wanted to do well. I remember when I decided to do it, I was like, I want to beat everyone doing this for the second summer. And that was my attitude going into the first summer.
Nice.
So it's a little psychopathic, it's anyways. Obviously, again, I had great summers. I had some where I was I utterly failed as a leader. But there's just some that I was able to do it right. By the way, this might be one of those that I know I'm still good on time, but I just feel bad how slow I'm going.
No, dude. Hey, listen, this is pretty on par with with this kind of episode. So we're good. Okay, as long as you have time, I got time, man. And whoever's listening, they can be along for the ride as they want, or as they like. So, there's people who are listening to this on a commute to work right now. Like it's going to be funny because it's going to be a couple weeks from now, and they're going to be like, "Oh my god, that's me." But there's people who are like, and some people like will binge this whole thing in one sitting. Some people will eat it by chunks. So it doesn't matter how long we go, as long as like I think what people have really liked, and this is a lot, identifies with you a lot, is the authenticity. Because one of the things that I can say, even just within, this is the longest conversation you and I have ever had. We've talked before, and we've met before. Because my successes pale in comparison to yours, but there was times when we were in the same room at the same time, and from those experiences and this experience right now, if I had to put a word on you as a person, like and who your soul and your heart is authentic. You're very true to yourself, and the good thing about that is that you have a good sense of morality and ethics, and it's because of your faith, really, which is amazing. That because of that, it shines through as like a really solid, easy to trust, easy to easy to converse with. Like you're making my job easy, which is awesome. Most people have, which is a good thing about this job, but you have been really, really good at like just being yourself, and that's lovely. And so, people will listen to this as they wish and as they come. So don't worry about the time. You
Well,
can,
it's
as long
funny.
as that's not great coaching in your time.
It's like I'm talking to people in the future. I just hope you have a freaking awesome day and just crush.
Yeah.
And just tear it up today.
We should challenge him. If it's a Monday, have your best day ever.
Yeah, you know what?
If it's a Tuesday, give us a message and comment below. It's a Tuesday.
Out loud today, like, man, it's a great day to be a book man. It's a great day to be alive. Just say it. Today's just gonna be freaking awesome.
Yeah. If it's a Wednesday, give yourself a high five. If it's a Thursday and you're listening onto this, like right now, do a roll. And tell us something you're thankful for.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so Friday, I was a little nervous before this call, and it's just so dumb. It's funny. The essence about being nervous is you're just constantly thinking about yourself. Like, that's why you're nervous. Like, you're just nervous because you're literally just thinking about you. That is nervous. Which is so it's true, but it's dumb.
There was a quote. Anxiety or nervousness, anything like that. Anything have to do with like is conspiracy theories about yourself.
Yeah, but again, you're focused on yourself.
Yeah. That's what I think of it. It's like it's just a conspiracy theory about yourself.
I did tell. It's funny. I told part of the story to my wife last night. She had never heard it. It's like, wow, you're right. It's just the book experience. It's just like a kaleidoscope, of just so many moments, people. Like, I mean, just so many people. God bless all you guys. I ever got to meet you, have a conversation. Like, I'm just, God bless all of you. It's just a crazy thing we got to do. But anyway, so I was telling the story of leaving for books. I told you, like, my life was the Aggie band. If I see it, whenever I watch it, if I go, it's like goosebumps when I watch it and tearing up almost, because it's like, it's funny. And after that, leaving it to people like, man, I remember after people were like, do you miss it? I was like, no, like, I don't miss it at all, because when I was there, I gave so much, like, I don't miss it. I was like I gave so much that I don't miss it. And it's funny, after the book business, and by the way, I thought, because of the amount of respect I have from all elite, Virgie, Tim Ritzer, people talked about Ritzer, Mark Rao, massive impact, Virgie Sanford, like all these people. Even the other DSMs I didn't get to know, but it's like that. I had such respect for the amount of blood, sweat, and tears they had to do to accomplish what they did. You've had Keister, all the DSMs at the time, Grant Greeter, Lester Crafton, Kevin Johnson, like all these people. It's almost like the more you invest and sacrifice while you're there, they become family in a different way. And it's a family based on respect. It's funny, friends are chosen family. Like you can't choose your family, right? You can't. Family's family. And praise God, I have the best family in the world. Okay. But friends are chosen family. And I remember seeing it on the book field, like those little kind of like stone little in garden messages. Some of them are like really sad, like someone died. I'll remember you forever, but I remember seeing like a little, like in a garden, and it was like friends are chosen family. And I read that on the book field and it stuck with me. And the book business, it's hard to describe, but the longer you in it, the more you sacrifice for while you were there. These people, they become like your older cousins and aunts and uncles, and it's rooted in respect, because you know what it cost. And so anyways, that's a random tangent.
No.
So anyway, I was talking about the Aggie band, my love for it. It was, so everyone leaves on a Saturday, depending on what part of the country, when you're going to sell books. Some people start Friday, thart driving all across the country. But
they're leaving right now. Like, they're leaving tomorrow, right? Like,
dude,
there's awesome people leaving this weekend to go sell books.
Some of you guys are going to be on a friggin' 13.5-hour drive or whatever.
Listening.
So excited for y'all. Make it count. Make it count. Anyways, because I had all responsibilities with the band. There's just like all these responsibilities. By the way, I wasn't the drum major. Okay, that's a different thing. The band commander, you're in charge of like all kinds of stuff, like physical fitness, PT, education, discipline. Like, it's like cadet life. My roommates was the band commander. There's something called the bugle rank, which I was like one of the 12 people, whatever. But so there's like all this stuff. Like, it's a full-time job. It's really like 2 full-time jobs. So I had to check out like 300 people out of their dorm. Like, I was the last guy turning in the keys. So I left campus like 2:00 in the afternoon on Sunday. So it's like everyone's
Oh,
already like in Nashville. And it's like I'm doing everything. I'm throwing all my stuff in Dillon Lackey, my student manager's garage, all my junk in his garage. And then I'm leaving Sunday like 2:30, and then I'm driving 13 and a half hours straight to Nashville, you know. And that is such a beautiful memory in my life because I remember it's like, wow, I just invested so much this last 4 years, and it was just beautiful. It was awesome. I mean, so many honors and privilege I got to be a part of. Like, and then it's like this is a clean break. It's like it's a start of a new chapter because I did it after college. I did it after my senior year. And by the way, I had my 1980, my first car. So 1984. Actually, you know what? Let me see if I can do this.
yeah. You can always text it to me, and then I'll share it.
Okay.
But can you share screen? Actually, I've never had the guest share screen, but if you could try it, go for it.
Let me try to share screen. Boom. Boom. All right, share.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so I got to go to systems president. Okay, now I got to do some system preferences. Okay, so I need a text to you. Never mind.
Yeah, this is fine. This is good stuff. People love. And if you're listening to this on Apple Podcasts, you can go
so
on.
I can text it to you.
Yeah, hour
Okay,
and
so I just
55
texted it
minutes
to
in
you.
to see the picture.
Yeah, I just texted it to you. So my first car. Let me know when you get it. So anyways, I'm driving across the country.
Okay, hold on. I want to put it on the screen. Hang on. Okay, and then I gotta put it down here. Yep, dude, this is what you sold in. This is a bookmobile, sir.
Dude,
And then
it's
gonna
got a special place in my heart. Anyway, so I'm driving across the country. You know, obviously, like everyone did. But I remember the feeling of this is the first time I'm driving outside of the state. I'm like driving across state lines, driving into it's like all these firsts. And as a young man, I was like, this is so clearly the start of an adventure, you know? And it's like I got all this crap I just did, and it's like I'm driving to Nashville. I got there like at 2:30 in the morning, Monday of sales school. And it's like no one even knew who I was, and and the whole jump out of bed and do everything. I mean, then you just throw into sales school. I took it really seriously. By the way, in the core, you have to memorize all kinds of crap. So that's something that did help me. Obviously you heard be successful. You got to work hard, study hard, be coachable. And memorize everything. Had a great sales school, and started my summer.
dude. It's not letting me, but I'm gonna send it to Amy, and Amy will share because she's
That's fine.
our badass
Anyways,
producer.
it was a 1984 Oldsmobile, a Delta 88 Royale. So this thing, even though it was a 1984, I was the second owner. Okay, when I bought it, it had 29,000 miles. Get your head around that. 1984 had 29,000 miles.
How?
Yes, great question. My scoutmaster, Mr. Bohannon, again, was 72 when I met him back in 5th grade. His aunt, think about this. He said, his aunt couldn't drive anymore. She had to be in a wheelchair. So this thing was garage kept. And dude, I got this car for $1,000. $1,000. It had 29,000 miles and was a 1984. This thing was basically immaculate.
Dude.
It had a hole on the bottom floorboard carpet from her left high heel. It had the headrest kind of worn off from her hand when she was stepping in. And then the handle was worn down when she pulled the door. That thing went to the mechanic, Walgreens, and church, and I was the second owner. So this is like, this is like one of my first loves, right? My first car. Which, by the way, I didn't grow up with money, so I didn't have a car until junior year in college. And so anyways, it's me and my Delta 88 going across the country. And it's funny, I don't remember a lot of my preparation because I was so freaking busy, like that spring semester. I don't remember, but I remember Jessica's being like, "You're gonna want to quit." I'm like, "Trust me, it's fine. I'm not gonna quit." It's and she's like, "No, you're like, and other people." I think she even got other people to tell me like how serious it's gonna be. And it's like, man, people cry, like, and if you don't cry, there was like, "Oh, well, if you don't cry, it means you didn't work hard enough." They would say that. And I was like, all right. I mean, look, I'm doing the core all this stuff. I'm going to be fine. And I think I actually told, look, Jess, there's no way I'm quitting unless, like somebody dies or like something happens to my car, you know, like there's just, you know, it's just, there's just no.
It's got to be high emotional toll. And sorry, I didn't think you mentioned
Yeah.
this, but I was trying to upload the picture. What year was this again?
1984.
No, but what year was your first summer?
Oh, 2009. Sorry, 2009.
2009. Okay.
Yeah, 2009. So funny thing. So this thing is a 2-door.
Here
Oh
we go.
man, that's not it. You can't get the car again. Mine was a 2-door. But you know, you're
Oh,
close.
dang it.
That's fine.
We
That's fine.
Googled it. We Googled it.
You can't
I
see
just
it.
emailed it to Amy. Hopefully she'll get it, and then we'll get
Anyways,
the actual picture.
funny thing is that it was a 2-door, but it was longer than a Suburban. You know, it was longer than a Suburban, and it was a 2-door. And this is the summer 2009 when gas was, well, actually, gas is like what it is like now. So for all you people going out there to sell books, and I know gas sucks. People have done it before. I know it sucks, but you'll be all right. And that was, 12 gallons to the mile. Yeah. The other funny thing is I had enough money to fill up my gas tank my first day, and then I was at zero. I had no more money.
So you needed to sell. You needed to make it happen.
Yes. And, so again, I had an amazing student manager. And I remember going out that first day, and, I just did what I was taught, and obviously everyone remembers the first customer. I had 2 customers. I sold 3 handbooks. And so it was just like it was just the day. I remember driving to my territory. I couldn't, 759, no matter what, hell or high water, tornado, typhoon, earthquake, you got to knock on your first door before 759. And I remember like, because back then there was no GPS, and the Sunday before they're like, this is your first house. Get excited. And then you're like, okay, I got to exit here. I remember driving to my turf. I was, oh crap, this street is not an exit. I'm driving over the exit. My plan has failed. I can't get to that door. What am I going to do? 759, what are you going to do? And it's like, oh, crap. Jessica's like, no matter what. And it's like, there's a gas station. So I pulled over to a gas station and knocked on the gas station door, demoed the book. So I was like, okay. Started at 759. And I remember using the sales talk. So I was one of those, I actually memorized sales talk word for word. Okay, but the big difference is I actually, and this is because of the core. The core, you have to memorize these campusologies, all kinds of stuff. Still to this day, I probably remember 30-40% of them, because you'd be on a wall with all your buddies and people are yelling at you, and you'd have to repeat these campusologies, not just repeat them word for word, but you have to repeat them in sync with your buddies. So you would be to breathe, to cue each other, to say the words word for word together. Sir, in memory of James R. Rutter, 1910, 1970, class 1932, heroic soldier, commissioner of the General Island Office of Texas, 16th president, Texas A&M University, 3rd president of Texas A&M University System. Earl Rutter was the architect of the dream that produced the center. In this, as in all he did, he demonstrated the uncommon ability to inspire men and lead them to exceptional achievement. Sir, and you would have 30 of those that you would memorize, but you would say it in sync with your buddies, and you would screw it up horribly the first 3 months, and get on your face. So by the way, the buddies, there's a saying in the core, your freshmen, your buddies, it's a very special relationship. It's like family. It's it's like the book relationship, but it's different. But that's quite a statement. Your buddies
saying something, man.
The buddies in your core, they're just saying your buddies will marry you and bury you. Your buddies will marry you and they will bury you. And so anyways, so when she's like, you need to memorize this, I was like, I can do that, because I can memorize. So my first day, not only did I memorize, but I actually used the words, and when I got to the close, I used those words. Even my first day, by the grace of God, I remember getting an objection. This was my first sale, and actually transitioning to re-demoing the books and then reclosing. And Miss Susie, what everyone likes about the way we do business, here's, I just take your order today, but I'll be delivering your books at the end, super slow, calm, relaxed. And I closed word for word anyways. I made the sale. And I remember walking out and just this is unbelievable. This shit works, and I can do this, and it's going to be fine. I had another customer that day. So, my first summer, I got beat by one person. Shout out to Micah Decktoff. She was number 1 in the company. I was not number 1 in the company. That's my baby right there. The Delta 80. I mean, dude, I love that car. That was my first love. Outside of human beings, that was my. I mean, That was my business partner.
You sold in this car.
Dude, it had the original spare. I had the like powder coat. Like it was just so I took the carpet from under the back seat and patched up the holes, like the front hole on the bottom floorboard. Matt did the one on the right to match. I had a 6 CD changer in the back to not mess up the original AC Delco radio. And I was just like, dude, I'm just like on my horse, just going out to this adventure. I'm just like, I just know this is gonna be good. Like I just felt like a man. Like I'm taking a risk and I'm gonna make something happen. Again, that day, imagine like I filled up that gas tank, that freaking gas guzzler, because I didn't really calculate that well. Because it's like I did local travel, but you start driving all across the country, and then you're driving, by the way, my first summer was Paducah, Kentucky. And
love Paducah.
Yeah, so it's a beautiful place.
Yeah.
Think about it. It's like I'm on zero. My gas, like I gotta, I have the asset of gas in my tank, but I go through half of it in a day, like easily.
You gotta sell something.
Like not just, and it's funny. That's one of those like fuel gauges that it's like a wobbly stick that just kind of like moves across the dial, and like before you know it, it's like way past the half, like going towards a quarter, like in a day. So it's kind of like when you're driving home, I just feel like a total badass. Is like I got money for gas. We're gonna make
it work tomorrow.
Well, actually, that's not true. That's not true because, may you rest in peace. But the Sunday before my first day on the book field, my best friend, I would consider him one of my best friends because he was one of my buddies. He passed away. He passed away the Sunday before my first day selling books. John Abernowski. And he was just a good man. So radically different from me. He was like 6'4", I'm not 6'4". Country boy, big country hat. He had like a diesel $2,500 truck. He had 2 stickers. One was like the Confederate flag. The other one was like, "Welcome to Texas, go home." And that was like, remember, I have the best sisters in the world, but I don't have any brothers. You know what I mean? And John Abernowski, his birthday was yesterday. So his birthday was the day before mine. And we sat next to each other every single, I want to be accurate here. Let's say like 90% of every football game, it was me and John Erb because we both played trumpet. So it's like,
dude,
he's the guy, he took me to middle of BF nowhere to go learn how to country dance because I'm from like the city. And, taking Bacardi 151 to a pasture party. You know what I mean? Like, what's Bacardi 151? What the hell's a pasture party? Like, all these, like, because think about it, you don't have a brother. There's just so many things you don't experience. You know what I mean? And so John Erb, I mean, farmer, I can't say guaranteed because you can't, but I'm like 95% sure he would have sold books and he would have been just
stellar,
just the freaking funnest book man. And he helped me replace the starter in that car. No, the alternator. Like one of those, dude, I'm broken down. Nah, man, I got you. I'll go to AutoZone. Just one of those redneck country boy, like, oh, no big deal. I've done this 100 times on tractors. Just, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I mean,
wow.
So, the Sunday before my first day, I'm bawling outside of a hotel, and, we had
I'm sorry to hear.
you would have your rope. It's okay, man. I mean, it's just the way God works, our plan, our journey that we're on. So the rope thing, right? The don't quit rope. It's funny.
Yeah.
I've had it on ever since my first summer until like a month ago. It finally disintegrated, and I still have it in my wallet.
Let's see. Do you have it on you?
My wallet's inside. When I get home, I take out my wallet. But yeah, it's in my wallet. The little rope. I wore it literally.
So for people who don't know, or maybe their organizations don't do this, but when you're at sales school, you pick a commitment buddy to do this with, and then you tie this rope up, and you're like, you have this rope, I have this rope, we won't quit. And it's like really important. It is at the time, and obviously for a career or as long as you live.
Well,
it's
it's funny. Things have value based on value is relative to what value you assign something to it. And the idea is you're climbing a mountain together. You're scaling a mountain, and there's going to be inclines that are so steep that you can't climb. You're going to have a rope. And the idea as a team, there's certain inclines you can't climb alone, that you have to have a team and a rope to do it. So we have the symbolism. You do this rope, and it's, when you're out there and life sucks, you're not alone. That's the thing. But I had assigned more value to it, that it's like, the world lost a good man, John Urbanowski, and I'd like to try to be a better man. And so I thought about John Herb a lot. And I still think about him all the time. I pray for him a lot. When a part of our nightly prayers with our kids, these rituals that we have. Hey, didn't I tell you?
Hey, that Pete.
They brought me my wallet. Hey, Pete. Yeah.
Thanks, Pete.
Didn't I call it? I said they're probably going to
call it. You said they were going to come.
This is pride and joys. By the way, he just had his first communion. It was one of the proudest days of my life.
Hey, congratulations, buddy.
April 8th was your first communion, right? So here's the, I retied the knot, and
wow.
Wallet, this it's been showered with for over 12 years or whatever. So it's like, some of the stuff. So yeah, I really believed it. I still believe it. And so anyways, that's my first day. I have my first day. And then the next day I'm flying home to be one of the pallbearers to carry his casket. Because, your buddies, they marry you and they bury you. Half of the people at my wedding were book people, and the other half were my buddies from the Corps. And I played, I was the deputy Corps bugler. So, when you do 2,000 people are getting together and about to salute the flag, and they do reveille. Yeah. At the end of the night, we also put the Corps to bed at I think it was 9:30. You would play taps every night. So I had the honor of doing that my sophomore year in the band. So I played taps at his funeral. And so anyways, so it's that was my first week, and it's catastrophic loss. You and your buddies just finished 4 years of this amazing thing. We're gonna be buds forever. And then 2 weeks later, family dies, and anyway, that's how my summer started. But it was it was, those 2 days were just heart wrenching. And God bless the Urbanowskis. Their family is such a beautiful family. Whenever we'd have Super Bowl parties, they lived close to Texas A&M, so they would host us for the Super Bowl. So many memories as my buddies were at that home. And actually, shout out to my buddies. But I really want to recognize my buddies. We send Miss Urbanowski flowers every year on Mother's Day. Ever since then, so I'm really proud of my buddies for doing that. It wasn't my idea to do that. One of my buddies started that tradition, and it's I think I'm supposed to do it 2 years from now.
It's coming up.
That was my first week, and then when I came back, I was just
hang on. To John, I'm gonna do a shot to John and a drink.
John Urbanowski.
How say it again? Urbanowski?
Yeah, John Urbanowski.
To John, a good man, gone too soon. May he rest in peace and be with God, my man. And shout out to you, Pedro.
Yeah, thank you, man.
We honor people on this podcast, my sir.
For another time, I would tell you some of his jokes that are inappropriate for this call, but
sounds good.
Maybe we'll give you stand-up material for you, but dude, I was fired up to go after it, and I for all the people that are driving to sales school right now. So I didn't have the best summer ever. I made around 24 grand my first summer, and being coachable, okay, is you got to be smart enough to be dumb enough to do exactly what you're taught to do. You got to be smart enough to be dumb enough to do exactly what you're taught to do. And this is what I would say all the time, all the people I trained over the years. So here's the thing. It sounds so boring. That's why nobody does it. One thing I learned from Isaac McConkey, one of my best friends now, he works with us. He said, your ego is not your amigo. That's a good one. Your ego is not your amigo.
Down. Write that down. I'm gonna
right when I heard it, right when Isaac McConkey said it, I'm like, let's keep her. Your ego is not your amigo. Okay, why are we not? So I don't care what industry you're in. Everyone is starting something new. Okay, if you just do exactly what you're taught, you're not going to be average. Okay, you will absolutely demolish it. You will crush it. because whatever you're being taught is like the distilled best practice of everyone that's been the best at it ever. But the thing that, okay, so why do people not do what they're taught? And the reason why is that we all have this filter that's called our ego. Okay. And this filter has a saying. It's almost like a question. And the question is the filter. And the question is, okay, I know you tell me to do this stuff, but is it that big of a deal? Is it that big of a deal that actually start before 7:59? I mean, is it that big of a deal that actually go work until 9:31? I mean, is it that big of a deal that I get 30 demonstrations? Okay. Is it that big of a deal that after 20 minutes I need to be closing or leaving? If I don't have a decision, I need to leave. Is it that big of, so every industry has, hey, if you do this, you're going to be fine. But I argue, you're not going to just be fine. You have the ability to break records. Okay. But the thing, our egos not our ego. We don't even, it's such a part of us. We don't even realize how many things we're constantly filtering out, but we're constantly picking and choosing. Like, I don't know, that's not my style. I don't know, that's not mine. I don't know, it's just not me. And you don't do it, and then you don't do it. But then, there's a compounding effect to that, right? So, anyways, I just, especially my first summer and second summer, I literally did exactly what Southwestern taught, and it led to really good things. And I learned a lot. I grew a lot in my faith, man. I always believed in God. I'm Catholic, but that summer I learned to actually talk to God. By talk, it's like I learned I'm not alone. God's with me all the time. I'll never forget it. I remember knocking on a door in Kentucky, and it's dusk. It's sun setting. I'm on a door, and dude, I was sprinting to every house kind of thing. I whatever you describe, what you heard in cell school, I actually did that. I knock, and I'd be waiting for 30 seconds, and then I knock again, wait 30 seconds, knock a third time, then I'm out. And I remember knocking, and then in that pause of 30 seconds, I'm pausing. I'm wow, that is a just gorgeous view. And then it just kind of hit me. I was wow, I was man, God, thank you for this beautiful view. I was wow, you knew I was going to be here. And it's man, you knew I was going to be here before I decided to sell books. And I just had this moment, I was man, you know I was going to be here before I was born. And it's just it was just God has so many things planned for us, it's just art. So it's what all I have to do is just keep moving. So it was just I lost all fear. It's what do it's if God knew I was going to be here before I was born, he obviously knows who's on this other side of this door. And I know, I know God loves me. It's and obviously God loves that person. I should love that person. So he was God bless this person. I don't know who they are, but I know you love them. So if you love them, I should probably love them. So, God, it's when I had this moment. I'm oh crap, no one's at this house. I was I need to get the hell out of here. It's and it's just get out of here. And then it was just this, oh, well, God, thank you for that. And I just started actually saying, God, okay, who's next, God? Light my path. Who do you want me to meet? God, I can't wait to meet this person. It was just I would just start talking about acknowledging God is a part of everything. And it's just so anyways, then I started at the end of the night praying, before I went to bed, God, thank you for everyone it's you already know everyone I'm going to meet the rest of the summer. You're going to know all the people that are going to be rude to me. You're going to know so I was thank you for all of them. And there's another saint, I think it is Saint Therese. I don't know if it's Avila or Lasso. It's I get everything I want. I get everything I want because I want everything God gives. I get everything I want because I want everything God gives, So, again, it's all stolen goods, right? It's just so it's just I start, so it's all this dimension of man, I'm experiencing so much life so quickly. God, you obviously know who my wife is. You already know who she is. I don't know who she is, but God bless her. And God, you already know who my kids are. God bless them, And it's just okay, who I'm becoming right now matters. And here's the other thing too. I also had summers where I was a radical failure. When I was not like this. But see, the beauty of God's divine mercy is there's no limit to God's mercy, you know? So even when we screw up and the things we're not proud of, you can't outdo God's grace, you know? And
Wow.
then that's not justifying our failures, because there is a tragic loss to what more could have been, but the devil's the one that wants you to dwell in those things. He wants you to dwell in the regret and the shame and you're pathetic, you piece of shit. You're such an embarrassment. You hypocrite. And it's like, okay, that's the talk of the devil. Does God see you that way? No. A father loves those he loves, and he calls us for more, but he doesn't want you thinking about the past. Okay, and that's obviously not justification for continual, sin or the same mistakes, but ain't nobody freaking perfect, right? And it's like you can't out shit talk me about me, I guarantee you that.
Amen.
I guarantee you that. Because I know the extent of my sinfulness and depravity, And so anyways, for all the kids going out for books, give it all you got. In how Mort Utley would say, right? He would say that at the very end of the talk. Because, I talked to our new agents that when is the last time we've actually tried our best? Like, actually tried our best. Some of us, okay, let's say if you didn't sell books, but even if you did sell books, it might have been like high school sports. You know what I mean? It might have been an instrument. It's been so long when your ego was so low, like you didn't have enough of an ego to actually throw yourself out there and actually try your best. And so I got to tell you another story. I remember it was like my second or third week. We had a border war, and I did well. I think I was the top rookie that Sunday, but it was early. And God bless Marcel Mayer. And that is funny. He had an amazing, ridiculous, one of the best careers ever in Southwestern. But his last summer was my first summer. So I didn't get to have a real relationship with Marcel. I just had so much massive respect for his results and obviously by those results, who he had to become in the process. So at that Sunday meeting, I was the top rookie, and he knew I had this career at A&M before books. And he walked up to me, this is after the park, after where everyone was doing personal conferences, which is one-on-one coaching, after the actual meeting. And he's like, "Hey, Pedro, I want to talk to you. I want to ask you something. What's your goal this summer?" Okay. And I was like, I don't know. I mean, maybe if I can be top 10, that'd be pretty cool. Because, I was the top rookie or whatever. And he's like, "I don't know if you know this, but nobody gives a shit about you being the band commander here. Like, no one give a rat's ass about that. When I did this, I wanted to be number one." And he just walked away. And that was just like a kick in the nuts. I was just like, damn. One, he actually was number one. He had the authority. He actually was number one his first summer when he did it. And I was like, damn, what am I doing out here? If I'm out here, why am I not? See, that's the thing. We're always operating I guess it'd be pretty cool if I did this. We're not actually striving to be the best at what we are, because everyone has a different amount of energy and talent that's been given us, but it doesn't matter what you accomplish. It's how often do you actually try your best and are willing to be kind of vulnerable enough, put your ego aside, like, I'm just going to actually try. Because some people don't actually try because they're like, well, if I fail, at least I didn't actually try that. At least I didn't try my best,
Right.
Right. Actually, you know what? I actually tried my best. And that really was a turning point for my summer. And I started doing better.
Wow.
And shout out to Micah Dektoff. She had a hell of a summer that summer. I have massive respect for, well, now she's Micah Pittman, and she's such an awesome person. She's absolutely destroyed it in Tom James. And looks like has an awesome family. And anyways.
Wow, dude. I'm shook. I mean, I knew this was going to be a powerful experience talking to you, but your wisdom that you picked up, you call it stolen goods, but I feel like you shouldn't call it stolen good. Maybe borrowed. Borrowed is good. Borrowed is good. You're paying them forward, so you're not keeping them. You know what I'm saying? And stolen has a negative connotation to it.
I will be coachable and adjust that, and I'll start saying it that way going forward.
Borrowed goods, because you're paying it forward, my friend, and you're paying it forward to not just our audience, but
you know what? You're right.
Standpoint.
If we're borrowing it and paying it forward, then we're paying it with interest. Maybe we'll see it that way.
That's right. That's right. And man, I'm borrowing them from you because I'm inspired. I am inspired. It's no doubt why your teams did so well, because you had the interest at mind of the people that you worked with. You had, like, and these things that you've learned, and like just the stories that you've told just about your first summer, let alone everything you talked about Cardinal, like the the lessons learned there about, trusting God's plan, right? That's, I mean, you could talk for hours about that, talking about the ability to let your ego go and just really focus, being smart enough to be dumb enough to do everything you're told. Just all that stuff is.
If you trust the authority, then why not be coachable? Right. By the way, for all my Christians out there that aren't Catholic, be Catholic.
That's what you all say.
Throwing out there. Anyone that approaches the Catholic faith with a actual open heart, be careful, because no turning back.
That's fair enough.
Anyways, I don't get too. I mean, I'll start talking.
No, hey, you're good. You're good. It's your podcast.
No, it's all of ours.
So let me ask you this. So it's to transition and move into some stuff that I wanted to ask you about. So you did 7 recruiting years, 8 total summers, right? 7 of them were recruiting. And again, we've mentioned this before. Success after success. 20-person teams, giant production.
Well, it wasn't 20-person. It was one 20-person team. It was I think a 23-person team.
I think that was my first summer. Was that 2012? No,
it was. I think it was 2014.
So yeah, I was trying my best. I was full time or something. I was like, I got 3 that summer.
So Marcel Mayer, 3 20-person teams. My God blessing me is like the amount of role models, amazing examples that I had in front of me. It was just like I'm very motivated by making the people that invest in me proud. Like that's actually I just crystallized that a couple weeks ago. Like what makes me cry is like I want to make people proud. That if you've spent any time on me, obviously I haven't done it perfectly, but I want to make you proud, and like. So the 20. Okay, so we want to move into recruiting, right? Because that was my big Southwestern 7 years full-time recruiting. So a story for another day is what happened to my car. I got to explain another one, or else we'll be here all night. That was the other story, but
listen, we can have you back again. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we could. Well, it's. I don't think we could do 9 hours and it wouldn't be enough. So don't worry.
Anyway,
to save our audience.
It was a great summer, and it was awesome. Coming back. It's funny. I worked so hard in college, and not like, oh, I'm such a hard worker. Like I just loved it. I just had such a great experience during college. I like squeezed everything I possibly could out of it. That I didn't really know how to have fun. It's funny, we're drinking whiskey. I probably got drunk like 5 times in college, like 5 times total.
I think I've been drunk 5 times in my life. Same, brother. Like, I'm not a big drinker, but I liked it.
I was just too busy. It's like the whole like being the last one to leave, first one to get there. Like I always had stuff going on, and so I remember after the summer, Jessica Lackey like, oh, there's a music festival. It's like I didn't really know how to like have fun. Like it's like, yeah, just come, and then it's like, here, have a beer, and you're like, let's go float the river, and she's like, no, you need like 2 beers. Like you need a it's like the whole like after the first summer, it was just so much fun. Like the relationships, like work hard, play hard. It was just like I actually had the fun, like all the other things that happened. And then I didn't know. By the way, I didn't know if I was going to come back for a second summer. I remember meeting with Rao and he talking about what's possible, and then it just kind of made sense. It's like, yeah, I guess I probably should do that. There's more. And what got me, because one of the reasons I sold books is I heard it was so hard, and then I was told recruiting is like 10 times harder. And I was like, you bastards.
It is.
It's kind of like, all right, I guess I got to do it, And then Jessica Lackey was going to come back and full-time recruit. And I was like, okay, well, the whole be smart enough, be dumb enough, do exactly what you have to do, work with the selling books. I'm going to do the same thing with recruiting, And praise God, Jessica led by example, did an amazing job because I think she full-time recruited like 2 or 3 times. I think her second time was with me. And literally with phone time, she would invite me over to her apartment and we would do phone time together for like the first 6 weeks. So I just had all this structure, like such great examples around me, and I remember, so I was hearing, hey man, you're going to be on the phone on Sunday from like 2 o'clock to 11 PM. You're going to get surveys you pass out to like a 300 person classroom. You make a quick announcement, like 8 minutes before class. Hey everyone, my name's Pedro. What I'm passing out is a summer internship questionnaire. If you get selected, you can make about $9,000 in the summer, get 3 hours of college credit. Please fill this out very quickly. We're picking them up before class gets started, pass them to the end. And you make a quick announcement. And you do that every class period, every day, like for 5 days of the week to accumulate.
All over campus.
Yeah, all over campus. Yes. And think about, again, like you had the nervousness of approaching a house, but imagine you're approaching in front of a bunch of cool college kids, like doing the survey. First of all, you have to approach the professor who's busy trying to get all his crap done. And is like, hey, do you mind if I make quick announcements about a summer internship, real quick? It's like you learn, it's a different type of skill. And you make quick announcements, and then you're getting all the surveys, and then you're compiling them. And at A&M, we had like 6 or 7 different full-time recruiters. And then you're coming back to like the table where you're adding all the surveys, like how'd it go? And you're like, oh damn, I got shut down. And you're like, you don't want to let the team get any surveys. So it's like if they reject, and again, if the professor rejects you, you're getting rejected in front of like 200, 300 people. And then you have to have a plan B for the next class to go survey at 6 minutes before. Okay. And then if they reject you, you're going to have another plan to go for 4 minutes before. So you don't miss out on that hour of surveys, And if you're really good, which eventually I got, I would do an announcement at 8 minutes before. I would go and do another announcement for 6 minutes before and do another announcement at 4 minutes before at the same time. And then go back, pick up surveys. And that took some practice over the years. I'm hitting 3 at the same time. And the goal is to collect, 1,500 or 2,000 surveys, which those 2,000 surveys, okay, now you got to call those college. Your goal every week is to get 100 college kids. Okay, really it's 20 a night, 20 commits a night, to say they'll come by tomorrow to hear more about this internship.
And that's called a commit.
Yep, a commitment. So 20 commits. So 20 people are committing to coming to an information session the next day. So the habit is on Sunday, right around 2 o'clock, you're dialing those until no matter what to get, if you want to get 100 for the week, you want to get a good start on Monday, try to get like 25 or 30, because to get 20 to 25 to 30 the next day to say, I'm coming to an hour-long informational. And then hopefully you have 2 or 3 informationals. You do the hour-long, really like Broadway show, basically, like to get cool college kids to have a percentage of them to actually say that they want to go or they're interested in going to work 80 hours a week, door to door. They don't know where they're going for the summer. And after you have an entire day, like let's say your day ends at 5 or 6:30, and then you're on the phone again until 11 p.m. That's how we did it at A&M. And then you do that Sunday night through Thursday night till 11 p.m. And that's the first week. Okay. Like, there's so many.
More time is rough.
Yeah. I mean, but there's so many things you have to learn. Like, it's funny, if you learn in the summer to make, in which I talk about our business, life insurance, the reason we've had such a great transition, it's a one call close. Most book people understand this, but we learned the art of a one call close. One call means you don't know me from Adam, but by the time I leave, I'm getting your cash or your routing number and your account number. In my business, I never met you before, but by the time I leave, I got your routing number, account number, and your social security number. And I've never met you before, So in the book business, you master the art of the one call call, like one call close, establishing rapport from scratch, establishing a need, demonstrating the need, closing, collecting the cash, all that stuff. So That's a 20-minute sale. Recruiting, you learn to make like 10 different sales. Think about it. You have to have the guts to go with the survey. Okay, then you got to have the habits to do the phone commits, the discipline to get those commitments. Think about it, on a freaking Sunday, you're dialing from 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. at night, every Sunday, and then the jitters of getting in front of a group of people. They're walking in, all kinds of stuff, doing a presentation. After that, asking questions, building momentum till they're sitting in front of you. You're letting the people go that aren't interested. And then you're switching the tables on them like, what can you tell me about yourself that would give me confidence about your ability to be successful at something like this? And you switch the tables on them to be like, and then you're getting them to tell you why you should let them to go work 80 hours a week, door to door, straight commission. They don't even know where the hell they're going. And then after that, you got to prepare them for all the emotions between now and tomorrow for a 3-day interview process. And you got to talk to their parents, deal with all their objections, all their crap. And then you got to manage their emotions every week for the next, 15 to 2 weeks before the summer. And then it's like you're learning like 10 different sales all at once. And you're having to build vision and inspire confidence. And so it's just like a massive opportunity to learn and fail. And so it's weird. It's almost sadistic, but it's like, I loved it, because it's like, I was like, I knew at some point, like, okay, God's put me on this path for leadership, and there's just no way I can get this much practice, which this goes along with my philosophy of, like, I played trumpet all the way through college, and I started playing trumpet 8th grade. Okay, 8th grade. And it was a chip on my shoulder. So I didn't come from the school where you had instruments in 2nd grade, where the nicer schools where kids had tutors and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, okay, you can have instruments? I didn't know this was a thing. Oh, yeah, they've been playing for 2nd grade. I was like, you bastard. It's like, it's the crappiest instrument. It's funny. Later on in life, I went back and I got my original instrument. But this instrument was donated by a teacher. It was like 50 years old. It was like a wooden box. It was heavy as hell. And I picked the trumpet, and I took it home every day. And I would practice it till my mouth would hurt. And by January, I was in the advanced band. And there's no shortcuts to intangible skills. That's why I did it for so long. There's no shortcuts to intangible skills. Like, how do people sound when they first start playing an instrument?
Just
like a dead
worse
elephant.
than what I just made. Worse than what I just did.
Everyone sucks. Okay, there are no skipping steps to play an instrument. Especially a brass instrument.
Unless you're Mozart, but that's like
no.
once
But even Mozart, the first time he played, didn't play an instrument like a symphony. He might have had a quicker curve, but it wasn't a symphony when you started.
This is correct. This is correct.
An instrument, you just sound god awful. Okay, can you imagine if everyone decided whether or not to play an instrument based on how they sounded the first time they played an instrument?
No music ever made.
No one ever played. Okay, so the point is they're not focused on how they sound. They're focused on how they want to sound. They have the right perspective. They're constantly focused on what they want to sound like. And I feel like playing the instrument was like kind of a foundation for leadership for me. That it's like, I really wanted to sound as good as them, even though they've been doing it for like since 3rd or 4th grade, kind of lollygagging over the years. It's like, anyway, so recruiting, so I started recruiting. I knew it was going to be good, but I remember getting to a get back and I heard Dan Moore speak. GRS was like amazing. Yeah. Like the first GRS was like, this is freaking awesome. Like the energy of hundreds of people with this kind of attitude, this belief that there's more good in the world than bad, that good things can happen, that if you keep going, there's just something amazing that's such a rare worldview, so yeah, GRS, great recruiter seminar. And it's just like, you're getting fired up for the spring of recruiting system. So it's in January. So we had that, and that was great. And, you're off to the races to recruit, but then there's a get back meeting, which is really for all the people that are now demotivated from recruiting because recruiting is not going well for them. It was kind of give you like, rejuice your spirits. And he had this real like meaningful life talk, which he did one at JRS, but this get back meeting. And so Dan is a work of art in leadership, And that's really how I see so many of the DSM, even the one, not even, but the one, I mean, AJ Skalski, Ryan Groom, Edgar Ibarra, all the people that have been there since then. Your brother, like these are people that I passed, rubbed shoulders with when I was there. Aaron Reynolds, like Andy Pagosi, like all these people. I mean, I haven't talked to you guys in years, but I can't tell you how freaking proud I am of you. Like, and it makes me emotional because I know how freaking hard it is, and that's why it's worth it. That anyway, so Dan is a work of art and leadership, and like so many people that to do what they do.
Lee McCroskey. Oh,
Lee
dude,
McCroskey. I mean, Lee McCroskey, when he was fired, I mean, I cried.
Same.
And I mean, there's just so many people. I mean, I really love Kate Wrights. I mean, just who she is, and I mean, Rory Vade. I mean, I could just go on and on and on. And again, it's just these people sacrificed a lot to become the people that they are. But anyways, that moment with Dan where it was like, shit, I have to do this for 6 years now. It was like, I was like, okay, look, like selling books is great, but I'm so competitive that it's like, I had a great summer. Okay. I had like, okay, one person, did better. And she didn't beat me by a little. She beat me by a lot. She crushed it that summer. But it's like down the road, and I know this is not how life really works, but we make decisions with simple ideas and concepts. I'm in this interview room, and there's going to be this other book person. And it's like, oh, yeah, I was number 2 in the company, 24,000. And it's like, yeah, I built an organization. I full-time recruited 3 or 4 years. I was a field sales manager. I had a 10-person team. And I was like, I'm screwed. Like, it's just like, like it's just not the same. It's not, I'm not to say like people that didn't do all these things, like I have massive respect for everyone that ever did this job, but I'm so competitive that it's like, you got me. And then I noticed, okay, Mark Rao, Ritzer, Virgie, Dan, Lee McCroskey, all these people, it's like, they're pretty much all 6 summer people. Jessica Lackey, my student manager, going for a 6th summer. John Thomas, I got a lot from John Thomas.
Shout out to John. Love John.
That it's like, I got to do this 6 years, but that's the thing though. I was like, okay, I'm doing this 6 years, but I'm going to give it my best. At least that's what I said. And it's like, if by my 6th summer, I either become a district sales manager, what to me that meant like, okay, now you can have like a career and, you're not like a nomad, just making a bunch of money, going to music festivals and, but like to me, like being a district sales manager was, that it's kind of like you made it. I don't know. It was like at that point, if I hit it and I become a district sales manager, okay, now it's a new goal period. In other words, the time starts again. It's a new chapter. And then maybe at that point, I'll be at Southwestern for the rest of my career, which I thought I was. I really did. So anyways, so at the very beginning, I talked about, okay, building organizations. You got to have conviction. Obviously, you guys can tell I'm convicted in what this meant to us. You got to set the right foundation. My first summer was a very good foundation for building a sales organization. And you got to have the vision for the future. So one thing that helped me out a lot, new book people, or let's say going on your 2nd summer, is I early on said, I'm doing this at least 6 summers. And I'm going to give them my best to build a sales organization. Because there's no way I will ever get close to the skills that Ritzer, Rao, Virgie, Dan have if I don't. And it's just like, I want to earn those skills. And I want to pay my dues. And so I think that helped me a lot. And in that first year, I brought 10 people. The next year I brought, and I think they were all top 25, the team, or the teams I had the privilege of working with. I think next year I brought 12, and then I brought 14, and then I brought 12 again. And shout out, I mean, God bless everyone that worked with me. I mean, like I learned at the expense of a lot of people, unfortunately. A lot of times the worst lessons you learn are at the expense of others, which that's the tragedy of leadership, the drama and tragedy of leadership.
Wow.
But the Swamp Donkeys, that was the team when things started to click. It was the team, the Swamp Donkeys, because I would make my team pick their team name, which I don't know if you guys know what Swamp Donkeys are. I'd basically be like, all right, guys, this is y'all's team. y'all get to pick the team name, and I'd give them pizza. I'm in the other room doing phone time. Call me when you have a team name, and they came in, already found a team name. If you Urban Dictionary it, Swamp Donkeys.
I got it.
It's
A
not
less
favorite.
than hygienic person with low morals and of poor character will do any pleasurable act, steal, lie, etc. for drugs. Wow. Cannot be trusted, but
Okay,
always
so that's
friendly.
weird. So that's open source. So it's changed since then. Okay, so back then, that was not the definition. Back then was a very large, unattractive woman that would get a man drunk to get in bed with him. That's what a swamp donkey was.
Wow. Well, now
Anyways,
we know.
that's what it was, and that's what they picked.
Oh, there it is. It's the fourth one now. It's the fourth
Okay,
one now. But it's
that's fine.
by
It's funny. It's like
JJ413 on October 26th.
it's it's evolved. So, anyways, we had shirts and everything. It was like the swamp donkeys. And Jordan Chappell, praise God, I get to work with Jordan Chappell and Jessica Chappell. We worked at Townie together. We work together now at Cardinal. Jason Zhao, Casey Fattig. God bless Casey Fattig, Victoria. They got married. So there's another crazy thing. For all years of recruiting, people that get married that you got to work with, that you recruited, that got married. Casey and Victoria, Fernando Aguilera. I think Ben. Anyway, that was the first number one. And by the way, from the very beginning, even though I failed multiple times, my goal was to bring the number one team in the company, and to bring a 20-person team. But I failed 3 times. I mean, I failed 4 times. Well, I failed 5 times. But it was by my 4th team and it was all the credit to that team that they were able to be the number one team in the company.
And that was that 20-person team, that 2014 team?
No, that was the year before that 20-person team. So, we ended up having back-to-back number one teams in the company. And
I remember that.
Which I got to give a shout out to John Stewart. John Stewart at the time was my arch nemesis.
Dude, I remember this. Oh, I remember. I was in Southwestern when this was happening. This is crazy.
I hated him. I hated him. And he knew. He knew I hated him, and I knew I feel like I knew.
Very different leadership style.
It wasn't even
very different.
It was. The funny thing is because I'm here putting the crazy recruiting for like 2 years, and then his first time recruiting, he has a 26,000 unit team. No one had done that in 10 years.
I remember that.
Yeah, and I was like, "Gosh, this bastard!" And it's like you're confronted with like there are things I just suck at. That it's like I've been doing this for like 2 years, and there's certain like leadership nuances, his ability to connect with people, to like kind of joke with them, to inspire them. Like, yeah, these buttons he can push it. It's like it's funny, Mark. The way Mark Rao works, he made his roommates, like the GRS after, like.
Oh,
well,
I remember that was my first summer. That was my first summer.
Yeah, and I have to tell myself
that was
like
crazy.
He is better than me at several things, and I have to learn, and I have to get better, and I just like, oh, this bastard. Like but it's funny when I say bastard, it's really in a massive endearing way, by the way, because that's so much respect for what you're able to accomplish, and but I wanted to beat his ass and beat it good, and so anyways, the next
that was so crazy.
The next year. Got the Swamp Donkeys. They were number one, and then the next year, shout out to Wade Floyd, the company record holder for the highest producing team ever. My goal was like, okay, I want to build let's have the best team there's ever been. And so I started full time recruiting in the fall, which back then I don't think anyone really did. I got an office to recruit in the fall. My goal was like I'm going to recruit a 40-person team. It was just crazy, which I didn't do, but. No, that was a year after. So anyways, then I got married. Praise God. My wife, which I mentioned in the beginning, but I wouldn't have anything. It wasn't for my wife. My saint, beautiful. I mean, she's just a beautiful woman, and she's an awesome woman. Sacrifices a lot. And so yeah, that team, that 20-person team. So we got married after that, the Swamp Donkey year, and that year after getting married. Full-time recruiting. That's the recruited 20. That was like recruiting, which I know. Look, guys, I know recruiting sucks for most people. Like But it's like I had 3 years of habits built up with recruiting. And it's like I'm married. My wife would bring me lunch, like it was just like all these amazing things. I'd get home and then there's like dinner. Okay, honey, let's do phone time. Like there's dinner. I was like in heaven, like recruiting. And that's when I got to meet, Willie Andrade. That was on that team. And that team, the 20-person team, which that team, by the way, they did over 27,000 units. And I hope somebody, does better than that, but I think it's the best team since Wade Floyd's team. And it beat John Stewart's team. So I guess that. So Willie Andrade, I met on that team, Kishu Zhang, Kevin Flavin. I mean, there's so many people. And again, if I miss the names, I mean, I wish I hit all of them. Not only that, I mean, the people in the journey, like Bethany Joseph, Alex Lee, Christina Hansen, Reed. I mean, I already said Reed Joseph, Kyle Kelly, Graham Shelby, like. So that team, that 20, I think it was a 23-person team. I mean, it wouldn't happen without my wife. Like it's just impossible. It wouldn't happen. Like she did some of the phone time that called Kishu Zhang, which was like a 3,000 unit producer that summer.
Wow.
Like, and that was a really beautiful season of recruiting because, I got to have a lot of people follow me and like, Elisa Serrato, Gabe Peacock, obviously Amber Thomas. Like there were just so many great memories from in A&M. Like our goal was to be the number one campus in the world, which we were back in the day. We were like the number one campus in the United States for like, I don't know, 10 years or something like that.
Until the Huskers came along, baby, get out of town.
When?
01, baby. 01.
Yeah, but we were number one then too, I get it. It's good. Look, it's not personal.
Listen, I'm not trying to tell you that you're not the best.
I'm just saying,
A&M the best.
Always, jump Aggie. That's like I want to reflect good credit on our university, and it's we have like my goal would be like we're gonna have 12 top first years from Texas A&M. Then it'd be like we're gonna have 20 just from top first years just from Texas A&M, and it's just like we did all kinds of stuff, and then God bless those Estonian, all these freaking people from Eastern Europe, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Moldova. I mean, I wanted to beat those people. They're just Pasha. He sent me happy birthday. By the way, I'm horrible at social media. God bless everyone that tells me happy birthday. I saw that, Pasha. I miss a lot of people. I wanted to beat those Estonians just from a pure competitive nature. And I mean, just what you guys have done is remarkable. But they were kind of like the nemesis. Like, we got to beat these damn Estonians. But it's because there's so much respect for them. What they've done.
Crushing it.
And anyways,
go ahead. Let me talk about this. Let me talk about this for people who don't understand how crazy this was. Also, because you're a humble dude and you're probably not going to brag about this because just of how you are. But I need to at least honor it in my own way. Because listen, so 2012, my first summer, my HQ does 7,000 units. No,
that's an amazing HQ.
That's not correct. My first, that's true. We did 12,000 units in HQ did. So that was Steve Thyden did about 50 or 6,000 units. I did about 4, and then Josh Martinez, you probably remember Josh. He did. Yeah. By the way, he loves you. Thinks you're a great dude.
I remember him, man. I hope you're out there.
That was one HQ, dude. We did like 12 grand.
That's killer.
And we're like, if our HQ did 12K, then we could recruit each 5 people, and then we're all gonna do. You know how the math starts going, and you're like, oh, we're going to do 80,000 units or whatever. Yeah. And I brought 5 that summer of 2013 when you had your first number 1 team, Swamp Donkeys. By the way, I almost want to create a Ponytails podcast where you cross out the pony and call it Swamp Donkeys Swamp Donkeys Tales, just like and sell it. And just donate that to charity somewhere.
For sure.
Also, just donate it to charity somewhere to women.
I'll probably just personally buy like 50 of them or something,
Oh, I will take you on that. And we'll donate that to like some whatever charities trying to help women not be sexually harassed. But anyway, so I remember recruiting that, and so Danny was part of that team, that 5-person team. And I remember because as a student manager, you now know what the pace setter means. Is you start looking at things on the pace setter, and I remember that battle between you and John, and I remember thinking to myself, like, "Holy cow, these guys are just another like you guys. What you did, you broke mental barriers, right? You guys were able to create this like." I mean, nobody really had seen this since Floyd and Trey George. You know what I'm saying? Where
It had been it had been like 10.
or Rory Vaden did that. Where it had been a while since someone actually like did this like number, like
By the way,
massive push.
utmost massive respect for Rory Vaden.
Dude.
Which not that my comment matters at all for Rory Vaden. But yeah,
Talk about like a legendary recruiter.
both
I mean,
sides.
the guy
Selling and recruiting, 10,000 producer, 20-person team.
he,
Insane.
I hope we get him on the podcast someday, but he had this story about like how he would go sit in class with the superstar book and be like, wow, this person made 45,000. I mean, I only made 20,000. But this person made 45,000. I only did 20, but this guy did $45,000. Can you wow? And the person would be like, what is that? Oh, listen. So what are you doing this summer? And like he would recruit people like that. Just legendary. But anyway, nobody had done something like that. And I remember watching and my belief barriers. I never met you, but I remember thinking like, dude, if these guys are recruiting 20 people and they're doing these crazy numbers, like what can I do? Like what you did for even the generation after, because there's people after you guys who were trying to keep up with you. I mean, there was people recruiting at GRS who were saying we're trying to beat Pedro. There are people who were saying that we're going to try, like you guys were the lead pack of the whole company. Like there's people asking you guys for it. And so massive shout out, massive respect, massive honoring to you and your leadership skills to be able to look. You said you back rewinding when you first started, and I asked you why. What was it really? It wasn't the money, it wasn't travel, it was leadership. And I could tell you, both with Cardinal and with Southwestern, that you accomplished and you set your goal and you nailed it, more than nailed it. You skyrocketed it to be able to not only lead people well, but change the lives of 101 people, who some of which have been guests on our show. Willie Andrade, Kevin Flavin, they've been guests on our show, and you have changed the lives of people permanently for the better. And I want to honor you and say, fantastic job, and God bless you for what you did and what you continue to do for people, brother. Good on you.
Thank you for your kind words. I have to recognize a bunch of people. Like, think about Southwestern. Any success like that was just, it's never one person. It's totally a village, like 100%. Like those teams, I had student managers, just impossible to do without. God bless I had two sisters who sold books, Claudia and Adriana, Patti and Adi, and Claudia sold 4 summers. Her, Annie Mudd, Sean Briefel, like they helped me lead those orgs, and it's like I can never repay them for what they did, because it's like those were mile markers that catapulted to another thing, that led to another thing, and like the people they got to follow them. It's funny. It's like the book experience. It's like there's like these fragile moments that it's like by the grace of God, something happened. Like that person finally had that good day they needed to have to kind of believe that it was possible to be able to stick with it, and it's just like these turning point moments that it's just, if you're recruiting, it's impossible to do without the teams. I mean, without the managers. That first #1 team, God bless you guys over there in Virginia. And then the next year, Mississippi, that 27,000 unit team, that was a blessing of a summer. Taylor Supply, Reed Joseph, that was a Virginia summer. Reed was #1 in the company. So I got to be a part of that. Joseph, #1 rookie in the company. And then the next year, we had another #1 rookie in the company with Kyle Kelly, also from A&M, also cadet, which, by the way, one thing I was proud of, I kind of had a chip on my shoulder. Whenever I was recruited, they told me, by the way, cadets that sell books suck. Like, they don't make it. And it makes sense. Like, your life sucks all year, and then you go in to sell books. You know what I mean? So there's like a thing that if you sell books, like cadets, you're not going to make it. So supposedly I was like the anomaly. And then later we had Reed Joseph, who was a cadet. And that was an amazing story. It took like a month to recruit him. and he was student body president at Texas A&M University against like 50,000 student campus. And he ended up being number one. That had a huge catalyst at A&M from our organization. And then Kyle Kelly, he ended up being number. I mean, it was just like, it was just awesome what they did. Mississippi. So Mississippi that summer, and that team was called the Entrepreneurs. You know, like manure working through crap. The Entrepreneurs.
Your guys' team names, man. We're gonna just make T-shirts out of them and donate them.
They picked names. The Entrepreneurs. So, dude, Kyle Kelly, because he was student body president, could only sell for 4 weeks his second summer, and he came out as a B. Had like 66 customers his first freaking week. Just like, you know what that means in an org to have a B contract do that. So it's like I did all this work, and it's like, which the whole 20-person team, that's a whole other story, like what it meant to me to finally do that. And then Kyle coming in like a freaking, like literally, Kyle Kelly's like the closest thing to like Captain America, him and Reed Joseph. Like literally, like if there was a human being,
I bet Reed.
Kyle Kelly. Like
now, hang on. I gotta correct you. This is important. Reed was number 2 his first summer because I was.
Hannah Reesberg. Hannah
Reesberg kicked his ass, baby.
Sorry.
Force, Nebraska. Suck it.
Right.
But then
I have so much respect for Hannah Reesberg. I hear you that.
Kyle Kelly was number 1 though
Reesberg
after that,
there.
and we haven't had one since.
So the crazy thing about that summer is Reed sold like 5,700 units. Any other summer, he would have been number 1 by crushing.
Yeah,
but he sold like 6,000.
Yeah, she just crushed. And I was bitter about that because I was on the pace setter like 3 times that summer as a first year. And I'm like, I'm gonna win. I'm number 1, baby. And then like I crashed hard the last 3 weeks. And by the time it was all done, I was like not even in the top 5. And these 2 were just like miles ahead of everyone. It was crazy.
Reed Joseph, President's Club, back to back. I want to win the last weeks of the summer, his first summer. And best day ever, the last day of the summer, your first summer. Like, you know, and it's and one of the most humble people you ever meet.
Yeah, he's amazing. I love Reed. By the way, we got to get him on the show if you still have contact with him. Like,
he would love that. He'll do it. He'll do it. What a book man. And then his best friend was Kyle Kelly. Kyle Kelly the next year was number 1 in the company.
He was number 1.
Also, so back-to-back student body presidents at A&M.
Right.
You know, I mean, just back-to-back.
I just have to give a shout-out to Nebraska. I didn't even go to Nebraska. She went to Creighton, which is in Nebraska.
I love Nebraska. Like the school, like its values, is probably the closest thing to Texas A&M out there.
That is a true statement, actually. Like, that's probably the most true
loyalty, y'all's commitment to football, like down to earth, just hardworking people. So man, okay. I love Nebraska. I mean, y'all like,
and I love the Aggies.
No, literally, like it's extreme, and it's funny thing because Jordan Chappell, like one of my closest friends. On text message threads, you have like everyone, and then you have like the 3 pinned. Like Jordan Chappell is like he's on the pin. He was on the Swamp Donkeys, ran D1 track at Texas A&M. By the way, he was recruited exactly like you, the Wednesday of finals. And yes, without Jordan, no number 1, not Swamp Donkeys. Like, crazy story there. But anyways, Jordan was a massive Nebraska fan all the way until he ended up going to A&M. So with that, there's so many awesome Cornhuskers out there. I mean, Matt Atchison, Yvette Keister, all you guys, everyone out there. Anyone that ever got to have a talk with in the book business, we ever had a one-on-one, I just want to say I love you guys. All you guys know who you are. And
yes, sir.
So anyways, Nebraska, respect. Hey, Nebraska.
It's Nebraska. That's right, baby.
I pray that, and I know you know this, y'all's football comes back.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
I understand what it's like to be a fan like this.
I knew you were going to go.
You guys are loyal fans. Like, loyal.
It's all we have. It's all we have, dude. My wife, I'll drink to this and I'll tell you. My wife, bless her, we just came back from our honeymoon.
Yeah.
It was a fun time. This is my first episode back.
True measure of fan base is that if you're just as supported when you suck. That thing about Aggies, and like we're like, this is a bad analogy, but it's like battered wife syndrome. It's like you'll never leave. You'll never leave. Like stand by here, man. Kind of thing. Like that's
it is.
That's the Nebraska fan base. That's like the Aggie fan base. Like, part of it's brainwashed, right? Like we just love the school so much.
At least you've had a Heisman Trophy in the last 20 years. Like it's just rough, man. Listen, my wife. So it was like last fall, and this is totally tangent. Sorry if we lose anybody that's listening. But she goes, listen, I care about your soccer because I'm a big soccer fan, and I'm a big Formula One fan, which is in Austin, every year.
Yeah, I've never gone to that, but
dude, by the way, I'll go this year again and have you come. We had Shane Hertig and Uzi out there.
Hertig, I remember. Gosh, the cat was like Waffle House in College Station. I remember getting breakfast with him. Shane, what is it? What a badass dude.
He was the number one your first summer, I think. But anyway, so my wife's like, listen, I care about your Formula One. I care about your soccer. Do not make me care about football, especially college football. And I'm like, listen. And I was like, listen, babe, listen. I get where you're coming from. I get it. Formula One and soccer is like my Colombian side. But if I have any sort of roots to hang on to as a U.S. citizen that I have written about here, if I have anything to hang on to, it is that college football in Nebraska is all we have. In Texas, you guys have A&M, but then you also have other.
There is nothing else.
Then you got Houston. Oh, come on. You guys, the Rockets in Houston. You got baseball. We have no professional sports.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
No other. I mean, maybe Creighton basketball.
It's kind of like LSU in Louisiana. Well, I guess they have the Saints, so I see what you're saying.
No, you don't even have that. Yeah, right. Like it is Nebraska football.
I respect being commitment. Like I can see it. You got to like brainwash enough about your own college culture to like spot it. Like it's like that saying like takes a con to know a con. You know what I mean? Like,
yes, sir. I went to school there. I graduated from there, and here's the thing. I took her so she says that in like October. So then in November, we go watch and play Iowa. And in Nebraska, the way some stadiums are this way, so it's not unique to Nebraska, but the way Nebraska is one of the stadiums where like you don't really see the crowd. And it's one of the biggest. I mean, it's like Michigan, Ohio State, and then I think us as far as like the largest stadiums in the world.
You might want to check your numbers on that. Some
things. It's 90,000 people. I know it's bigger than A&M.
We're like 100. No, we're like 108,000 to 112.
Whatever. It's one of the biggest.
I'm just saying for the record. I'm not trying to. I mean, again, a massive respect.
It's not that you're competitive or anything, but listen. Yeah. So the point is, she's from freaking the closest. Oregon has like 600.
I don't think people want to keep hearing about this. Like
this is fair. Long story short,
but
yes. Long story short, I take her, and it's one of those stadiums where you pop out, you don't really see the people, and you pop out, and then all of a sudden you're like, you don't see anybody, and then within a second, it's a sea of red people, like people wearing red, 90,000, and you're like, wow. And so she changed her mind. Long story short, football, tradition, hard work. That's why we do well. And go Aggies, gig them.
So she's a Husker now.
By marriage. Yeah. Yes.
Oh, God bless her. She is supportive. She is supportive. And that's something we talk about. Like I wish I would have known her during college.
That would have been fun.
The experience is pretty cool. Midnight Yell. All the people out there. I'm like, if you're older and you have kids, you got to check out A&M. Anyways.
Okay. Anyway. So tangent. Sorry for the people that had the whole.
Sorry, guys.
To go through that. You know what? Fuck it. It's our podcast. We can do whatever we want.
You're right. At this point, in this call,
this is between me and you, baby.
This is because I'm just enjoying hanging out with you at this point, man. I mean, my kids are definitely asleep at this point. And I haven't cracked open whiskey in I don't know how long, so we're good.
Hey, I'm honored. Okay, so question about this. So, wow, to keep moving. There's so many things that we can talk about, so many stories. But one of the things I wanted to make sure to ask and to kind of understand is the consistency, right? So even though you didn't have the number one team every time, like you were pretty close. I remember just even you were always. How many times did you go to GRG? Like every year? Like it was like. So it was bananas. How do you continue
about John Stewart, but I love John Stewart. You know, it's funny. It's like this theme. It's like, gosh, you bastard. But it's because I love you so much. You know, I love what you like. You know, all the things you sacrifice to do what you accomplished, to do what you've accomplished. And so it was like he was number one, like his team was number one. I forget the name of the team, but then it was Swamp Donkeys, Entrepreneurs, and then the fourth year he was number one again.
Yes.
So he also had a number. So it was like 4 years in a row, Eagle Blitz had the number one team in the company, and it was like by far, you know. And so that fourth team, he beat me again, and so it was like a 23 person team, and then it was a 18 person team I recruited, but he beat that 18 person team. Still amazing people that came out of those. I mean, the people that came out of that. I mean, DJ, God bless you, DJ, Franco Cruz, David Jameson. You know, I work with David. I work with all three of those. DJ Costa, Franco Cruz, David Jameson, and it's like, Lord willing, we could work together for a long time. You know, and then that last year was a 10 person team. And it's funny, on that very last team, there's someone I work with now, David Jameson, who has an amazing business through Amway. He's also crushed it with our business. And Greta has someone come through all that with his relationship, Viviana Avalos. So, you know, Edgar Ibarra, by the way, God bless Edgar Ibarra. I cannot describe how proud I am of that man. Of like, I was there from the very beginning, because it's like I had students at UTSA. I got to work with Max Martinez. So many memories. And then Edgar wasn't in my base, but I just freaking love the guy. Like we would hang out together, drink together, beer pong together, like memories together. And then you know, he had a vision for UTSA, and I remember coming to a campus wide, and it's like I would explain, like, you know, the thing we had at A&M, and it's just like speaking into the existence. And then it's like once you start having some results, you build on that, and then you build on that, and then you get bigger and say how important you are to this thing that we're building. And I was like, you need to start saying UTSA is going to be a top 25 campus. It's going to be a top 10 campus. It's going to be the number one campus in the world. And or number one campus in the United States. And then it's like, and then to see them do that after that.
They did.
And the man that he's become, like, it's just insane what he's done. And that's, you know, this culture, the book business culture, it's a one teaches one culture. It's like one teaches one. You know, think about it. The roommate, like you can have the sales school, you can have the DSM, you know, but it's literally, it's the one teaches one. The student manager teaches the other. The roommate teaches the other. You know, they're with you at the end of that day where you just got destroyed, you know, and it's just like, you got it, man. Hey, tomorrow, it's going to be the best day of the summer, brother. You know, and you're just like, you're right, man. You go to bed, get exhausted. And then when that, you know, the alarm rings, you're racing to the shower, pushing each other, taking that cold ass shower, singing positive affirmations in the shower. You know, I would sing a Frank Sinatra song in the shower. You know, shout out, okay, back to, it's funny, Micah Dektov, which is like one of the sweetest people out there. She's number one in the company. And I don't know if she'll ever watch this anyway. But Mike, I would talk so much shit to you, like during the day. Like in the morning, I'm like, Dektov, I'm gonna beat the crap out of you. Like literally when I'd get the pay setter, it'd be on my dash, and I would be scratching out the face of the person on the pay setter so much that I'd rip their face out. And I'd be on my dash, and it'd be like every day it'd be like a sprint. I'm like, it's like I would imagine that I'd be on a sprint all day, like I'm racing. And it was just like, and you know, it's funny, even Border Wars. So it was like my third summer. Best week I ever had was my third summer, and it was a border war, and it was like, you're an OL. Oh, God bless Becca Hyde. Gosh, Becca Hyde, one of my best friends through the book business. We're
great episode with her too. She's awesome.
I mean, Becca, I had no idea your car got stolen, dude. And it's just like, this is the beauty of what you're doing, man. Is like, well, I know your mission statement to bring the network alive, right? Or what is it again?
Yeah, to bring the network to life. That's right.
Bring the network alive. So it's like we have all this distant family. You have like these distant relatives. That's kind of the way I see it. It's relatives based on respect. And when you hear these stories, like, man, it's really cool. I didn't know my third cousin uncle did that. And it's like inspiring. It's like, you know what? I could do better today. You know, I can tap into that a little bit more today. It's that whole is not, what you're something gonna be, you're now becoming, right? And it's like, yes, we drank a lot of Kool-Aid, it was crazy, but we need to apply more of that, you know, today. And
Yeah.
it's not like, yeah, obviously not, it's not sustainable, but we did it to such an absurd degree that even if you did 10% of it today, you're gonna have a pretty damn good day. How about you just
Yeah.
wake up and start off the day with positive affirmations, which I do, by the way. Inspiration of Spencer Hayes. When you get in the shower, I feel happy, I feel healthy, I feel terrific, right? And it's just like my back hurt, it's like his whole little story. Like that's what a billionaire would do into his 70s and his 80s. He had a stack of cards where he would read his positive affirmation. I remember being at a DSN meeting, and that man served me coffee. He served every person in that room coffee, walked around the room and brought them coffee. And he sat down next to me and he would read out loud a stack of affirmations. Okay, that man was not faking it. And obviously you fake it till you make it, but it's just like there's these gems out there, these treasures. And then the people listening on the car, you are those treasures, And it's like whenever we tap into it and do it, it is going to be a great day today. And okay, so I want to make sure I move on to this point. The beauty of it is it didn't end back then. It did not end back then. It's part of this is like, yeah, I remember back then, but it's almost a duty to pay this stuff forward to the people that didn't know about it. And not from an arrogant sense. And obviously there's different kind of dynamics. You have a different kind of job. Maybe it's an office job. It's like, I have the blessing that I still do straight commission sales, right? I teach people how to do straight commission selling. And I try to pass along as much as I possibly learn. There's some things we do a little different. Our average agent works probably 28 to 30 hours a week. And our goal is to be as efficient as possible and provide a good living. But I want to pay it forward as much as I can because it's part of who I am at this point. Not every day, obviously. There's days we just suck and we don't feel like doing a damn thing and we're just slobs and all that. But the day you wake up and you say, and you actually have the guts to say, today's going to be a great day. This is the day the Lord has made. Embrace it and be glad. And you have the guts to be goofy enough to actually say that stuff again. And shout out, how many of us have actually taken and I have actually taken some cold showers. If I have an important day, I'm going to take a freaking cold shower. You know what I mean? Like, it's like today, yeah, you don't need that extra juice today. And awesome. It's a beautiful thing, it really is. So, sorry. I don't know. That was a random one.
No, sir. This is the point of the podcast, is for it to go wherever it goes.
Yeah.
Listen,
hey, by the way, Amy Lester, I like you even more. She posted something on here and she confirmed some statistics. Aggie's is 102,000. But whenever they pull out the bleacher seedings, I think it's gotten to like 108 or 109,000. Hey, look, Andres. First of all, I'm so freaking proud of you, by the way. Like, what you're creating is making a massive difference. It really is. I want to go to a Nebraska game one day, and I want for us to go to an A&M game one day. We got to make that happen at some point.
Let's do it this fall. We'll do it. Screw it.
Well, at least one of them, because with the kid, I got kid. Like unless I do it with my kids at the same time, so I need to think more of that. Yeah. So either we do one of them. So it's like you come to an A&M game this year, and then I go to Nebraska the next year. But
sure. Let's talk about this. I mean, we can still do it this year where like I go to a home game and you come up, and then I just go to Texas because that's near you, isn't it? Or I don't know how far away from you it is now at this point, but
it's a little distance. But
all right,
but hey, man,
it out. Either way, we're doing it. Or
I am okay with knowing you for an indefinite amount of time. You know what I mean? So
yeah. Let's stay in touch. This doesn't suck.
Yeah, my people will call your people, and we'll make it work.
By the way, shout out to Amy. She's the newest addition to our team. She did not sell books, but she's one of those people that like had they sold books, they would have been great at it. You know what I'm talking about?
With that.
But on that note, she's been doing a great job helping us take care of like guest relations and making sure we get a little bit more organized and systematized. That's going to help us scale. So shout out to Amy. Thank you so much to you for sure. And I appreciate that. So, but yes, I will go to a Husker game with you. And then I think we're at a good spot. Maybe it's time to turn it into some ponytails and tell some of the more fun stories that you got. I guess it was that okay with you? Or we've been going
Yeah.
for 3 hours and 20 minutes. 20
Yeah,
minutes.
you're
And
right, man.
we've had a ton of people watching at the same. Listen, or we can keep going. I mean, I don't care. I'm in the Pacific Coast, so it's not that late for
Yeah,
me.
you're right. This is like 8:21 for you. It's
Yeah,
like
so I'm like,
yeah,
oh, it's evening. I can still gonna get food after this. It's not.
you're right.
It ain't that late for me. But it's your
Um,
call. I'm just trying to be respectful of your time.
nah, dude, I'm good. I'm good. What
I mean, I still have more questions for you, but
no,
if you
dude.
want
Hey,
to
man, I'm good. What's the record? How long is the longest one gone? Yeah.
So the record's about 4 hours, which we're kind of getting close. But I did want to ask, and this is,
Hey,
you tell me
that's
if
not
this is
the
a story
goal.
for.
That's not the goal. Let's just do our best. You know what I mean?
Here's the thing: I know how much you love to break records. So
No, dude.
understand
I
the
never
fiddle
broke.
I'm
Let's
playing.
be clear. I never broke any record. There was not one
I know,
record.
but I know that's what you were going for. So I know the fiddle that we're playing with here. Listen, here's the question I had for you: is how did the story end in Southwestern? If that's a story that you're willing to tell. If not, we could
Yeah.
that could be a story for another time.
Yeah. No. I mean, yeah, we can switch to that kind of. So
Hold on, I'm gonna have to drink more for this. I feel like. Hang on.
I already
I'm,
refilled.
I'm, make, I'm making my way down this tequila bottle, and I feel like our producer Amy is has been drinking with us. Shout out,
I'll
shout out
tell a
again.
random story. Maybe it's somewhat entertaining. So has to do with whiskey.
Also,
We're talking about whiskey. So I didn't really drink growing up at all. I think like the first time I ever got a little buzz was like the summer after high school, and part of that is my dad had a period where he was an alcoholic, and so I was very like stay away from that. But I was like, beer tastes nasty. Why would people drink beer, right? But I remember whiskey. It's like you drink less, you feel better. Not better, but you feel something.
you
And
do feel better.
yeah, you feel something, right? At least for a while.
90% of the time, you feel better.
For a while, right? Until too much. But anyways, I don't really drink beer. But I took a bunch of APs through high school, AP classes. So I had a bunch of credits going into college. And at A&M, so shout out the Aggie ring. So the thing about A&M is if you're an Aggie, you have an Aggie ring, okay? And it's the exact same one. All Aggies have the exact same ring. It's been the same one for like 100 years. And it's a funny thing, like something like 95% of Aggies wear the ring. So that's like a random thing. It's like they actually wear the ring, and it's like the exact same thing. So at A&M, they have this tradition where if whenever you get your ring, you have to have a certain amount of hours you have to have like 90 credit hours to get your ring. And then you do a beer dunk, which you put in a pitcher of beer, and you have to chug your ring is in there, and you have to chug the entire pitcher to get your ring. It's almost like baptizing your ring. I call it that.
Like a rite of passage. Like a rite
Yeah,
of
right.
passage.
It's like this tradition, but I don't like beer. I don't like beer, and because I had a bunch of hours, I got my ring September of junior year. Some people get it like spring senior year or fall senior, but I had a bunch of hours, so I got it. I was the first one of my buddies. Remember we talked about how important your buddies are, like your buddies that marry and bury you. So I was the first one of my buddies to get the rings. It's a big deal. We do this big camping trip. God bless all my buddies. And I didn't like drinking beer, so I'm like, I'm class of 2009. So I'm like, you know what? I'm class of 09. I'm gonna do 9 shots of Jack Daniels, okay, for the class of 2009. I'm not gonna drink beer, but I'm gonna do 9 shots of Jack Daniels. And that last shot, I'll have my Aggie ring. And I did it.
You are out of your mind.
It's stupid. It's the craziest drinking story I've ever had. But I did it in like 15 minutes. And first of all, like Jack Daniels just shots. I did it like in 15 minutes. And that last shot, not only are you taking the shot, you're taking a shot and then trying to catch your ring at the same time. Like, so you're like really drinking the like savoring the Jack Daniels. So anyways, crazy Aggie ring dunk story. By the end of the night, I had 2 more beers and 3 more shots for the class of 12, which in the core, when you're a senior, there's a significance about the freshman class whenever you're a senior, okay? Because at A&M, your senior year, you have your senior boots, which are like these leather custom riding boots that you wear. It's part of your uniform. Think about like World War II uniforms. That's kind of the uniforms you wear at A&M. So you have like these custom boots your senior year, and your fish pull your boots all year. So think about it. You get back from class, and then you yell into the hallway where all the freshmen's class are, and these are like the freshmen in your outfit, and you're like, I need a fish. And it doesn't matter what they're doing. It's during the day they're studying. They have to sprint out of their room and fight their way and race to you to follow you to your room to take your boots off, to pull your boots off. How crazy is that? Okay, now the
very cultural.
Very cultish. Yeah, cultish. But the thing
cultural.
So, your freshman year, your fish year sucks. Like your whole life sucks your freshman year. It's like tons of push-ups, sit-ups. Your life just sucks the entire year. Your room has to be perfect all year. You screw up, your buddies get screwed. And but that moment you pull your upperclassmen's boots, they like let you relax. Because your whole freshman year you're playing this mode of like you're all locked in and serious all the time. But they're like, hey, just relax. You got to get to be like a human being for a second with the senior. And it's funny, they give you like these, hey, here's like a granola bar. Your life sucks. Here's like a treat. Okay, but the funny thing is, after you graduate, like 2 years later, the first time you wear your boots, your senior, it's a big deal. These are custom-made boots to you. The seniors come back to wherever they are in life. Think about it like if a Southwestern, you finish selling books, and 2 or 3 years later, they come back to your award ceremony. Like even though they're off across the world and they come back and they talk about you when you were a rookie and your first day in the field. Whoa. It's like that. So they come back. You know what? Hold on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is what Ponytails Podcast is about. You don't hear this at an advanced sales tape anywhere.
It's funny.
This is the kind of stuff.
I don't know if you can see it, but this is my big safe over there. I pulled this picture out of that big safe over there. And this is a picture of me and my buddies with our seniors that came back to pull our boots. So that's that's me. And God bless all my buddies.
Yo, that's crazy.
So anyways, it's a thing. So
wow, you have two huge cultures in your life that like are so important. Wow.
But it's like I really don't think I know I would not have had the same experience in the book business and it's just like the craziness of God's plan. Like the way I am, if I didn't have that much formation, I would not have had the same book experience if I didn't have that cadet experience. And so where'd I go with that? Oh, the ring dunk. So your buddies, it's like, it's the first ring dunk of all your buddies, and it's just a really special memory. Anyways, people, you got college kids, you got to check out A&M. They're about to go off to college. You got to check out A&M.
But this story started about why you left Southwestern and how you left and what happened after. So where were you going with that?
Damn, where was I going with that?
Talk about your ring.
Yeah. Okay, I guess I was right. Oh, that's why, because I was talking about whiskey. I was talking about whiskey. That's why. Anyway, so
Duke, Kentucky, baby.
Dude, so I think some of this starts with Marcel Mayer. Not why I left, but part of this is like why I did it for as long as I did. Which obviously there's people that have the blessing and privilege to be able to do it for their entire career. Because I legitimately considered that. Marcel had 3 20-person teams in a row. Bananas, and he was the number 1 rookie in the company. And it's just like, and he's an Aggie, and it's like, that's the freaking Barr. Like that's representing A&M the right way, and obviously everything else, all the people that invested in his life. Dude, I wanted to have a 20-person team. It's funny, at Southwestern, they have this thing called the Wall of Greats. And it's like going back to like the 60s, everyone that brought a 20-person team. And I know a lot of crap has changed since the 60s, right? No internet, cell phones, blah, 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 all that stuff. But Marcel, it's the first time I heard of like a 20-person team. And then when you're full-time recruiting, you see, Travis Thompson, which I have the privilege and blessing of working with now, Travis Thompson. My first summer, Micah Dektoff was on his team. He had the #1 team in Eagle Blitz. I think he had the number 2 team in the company. So obviously the person that was #1 the year before, they're the ones doing all the trainings at GRS. They're the person teaching the part on, phone time, getting all the commits. They're the ones doing the training on the first day interview, the info session, And I remember seeing the wall of greats, and then you see when they did it, but when they did it 2 years in a row, and they did 3, and I remember like verifying. I was like, I heard Marcel did 3, and so I was like, I gotta check the wall, and it's like there he is, there he is, there he is, there Rory is, there's Amy, which now it's Emmy Brown, but I don't even remember what other name was, but before Emmy Young, Virgie Sanford, like. You see all these names, people that had these 20-person teams, and it's because I had so much respect for them, and the leadership meant so much to me that it's like, man, I want to pay whatever price they paid. I want to pay that price. I want to develop those skills, and I know part of this is warped. You can talk about insecurity or ego but it's like if I can develop those skills. And actually, let me just have a step back. Because I made that decision. Okay, I'm going to do this 5 more summers. I'm going to do this 6 summers. I knew, okay, at worst, I don't hit my goal. I become a DSM. Okay, but really at worst, I'm going to make a bunch of relationships that are like not just casual relationships, like relationships of significance. Like all these people I've mentioned today, I think if I was in an actual bind, now, obviously, I would have never called them, right? And that part of that's like the pride or whatever. But if I was in a genuine bind, and I hadn't talked to them in 10 years, I know they would help me.
Yeah.
Like if I called Mark Corral, Dan Moore, Henry Bedford, like if I was in a genuine bind, and it's like, okay, can I confirm that? I can't 100% confirm it. But I believe it to be true. That
I would agree with that.
That they would be there, and so it's again the wall of greats, dude. Every year I would go, and I so many of those names I'd have like kind of how I would walk that hallway of like I want to build a 20-person team, because then not only that, because it's like I believe in all the good that will come from it. Like the stuff that people will learn in the process, the amount of life they're going to be exposed to. And, so I do got to give an official gripe because the year, it had been almost 10 years since someone had had a 20-person team. Like no one had done it in like 20 years. But it meant so much to me that it's like, in the year I did it, they changed the qualifications to be on the wall of greats. It was like if you had a top 5 team in school, if you had a top 5 team full-time recruiting, or if you were in an ASL, or if you were an FSL, or a DSM, well, now you're on the wall of greats. And I understand why they did it, because it's like, it's kind of negative where it's like it used to be like 20 people, and then slowly it was like 15 people, and then it was 10, and there was like 7 people that did it, and there was 3, and then there was like 2 people that did it, and then like no one had done it. It like understanding it turned kind of negative, which obviously all those other things I mentioned, they're extremely significant to accomplish. But like the year I finally hit 20 people, I was on the wall of greats, but they didn't even put that I recruited 23 people. It did kind of hurt. It did kind of hurt.
Well, of course, that makes sense, dude. I mean, that's a fair feeling.
But
you did the work.
I understand why they did it. But because it's like, I guess I had such such esteem, because it's freaking hard, dude. I mean, when it's April, it's getting, April, and you're still doing commits till 11 o'clock at night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
or when you're floating, 300 people in a week at another campus because you don't have leads.
And here's the thing. I'm going to pause you there because I want to explain what this means exactly to people that are listening who might not understand. By the time it's April, the names that you collected in January are colder. So like you're not getting 30 commits on a Monday anymore. You're getting 6, or something like that. It's just a lot more difficult in April. Besides that, the options that the kids that you might have recruited have dwindled. So now you're looking into people who maybe you were the second or third option because they went to go work at lifeguarding.
To be honest, I never thought about it that much. I was just like, whatever, keep dialing. You know what I mean?
It's harder in April.
But it wasn't so much. It's like you run out of names, and that was a rookie mistake my first time. I was like, I just didn't have enough names. So it's like, okay, I got to go to a different campus, or I got to get a freaking data list. I need to go to the Office of Records at Texas A&M. So it's not people that did surveys. It's just like the freaking
cold calling,
dorm number, cell phone numbers of all the college kids. And it's Sunday, and it's just like, so it's like, oh man, I need to get more names. And so it's like I learned a lot year after year. Shout out again to Wade Floyd. It's funny, I'm an Aggie, but I actually went and recruited at University of Texas because like I needed to go to the campus to recruit. The second half of the semester. Shout out to oh my gosh, I can see her name. Becca Hyde knows exactly what I'm talking about. It'll come to me after. And it's gonna be a story for another day. But I had no leads. This is kind of like a highlight of my recruiting. I was really proud of this because I had no leads. So you had leads, but I mean like surveys, people that you announced in class. So what you do is you would float, which is just approach random college kids on campus, floating around their world, and get them to fill out a survey. So I set a goal for myself. In the book business, we would learn goal periods. So when you think about a 13 and a half hour a day, right, 7:59 in the morning to 9:31 at night, it's hard to think about the entire day like that. But it's easier if you think, okay, I don't have to worry about the rest of the day. I just got to think about 7:59 to 10:30. So the only thing that matters is the next 2.5 hours. And my goal is to get 5 demonstrations, and that's all that matters, and you're like a heat-seeking missile, try to get 5 demonstrations. And you'll learn to break up the day into bite-sized chunks. And after that 10:30 is over, like a black hole sucked up those last 2.5 hours, and you start over. You're not focused on 30 demonstrations. You just focus on 5 demonstrations. That's the only thing that matters. And then you go from 10:30 to 12:30 and work your ass off until then. And once that's over, black hole sucks that up, and so on and so forth. So you learn to break up the day. So I was like, okay, I got to float a bunch of people, and I'm willing to work this entire week to float people. So what I would do is I would break the day up into 10-minute chunks. And my goal is to float 3 people in the next 10 minutes. And I was like, I got to float, whoever's confident, in shape, or attractive. I got to approach them. Hey, sorry to bug you. I'm doing the survey. Do you mind if I walk with you real quick? And I'll just start walking with them. Hey, last summer, did you work, go to school, both, or something else? And it's like, and I would just ask them the 3 survey questions. And fill it out, write down their name, their phone number. And I did that on the couch of Wade Floyd, that entire week. And, I floated like 300 and some people that week, but I was thinking in 10-minute increments. Again, these are things I learned in the book business. And there were some amazing people Shelby Griffin, that was her name. That was a cool accomplishment because midway through that week, I'm like you start approaching people at random. And these are, and again, not just random. I'm trying to approach in shape, confident, good looking people,
Right. This is a solid, specific crowd.
Yeah. Into the business school. And it's like, okay, so you're talking about Cinco de Mayo, Mexican thing. Mexican people are not very tall. I'm 5'9". I could say 5'9.5", right? But I'm 5'9". But there's a very confident, tall girl named Shelby Griffin. And that's funny, I probably made her blush at her award ceremony because I told the story. She's almost 6. To me, it would seem like she's 6 foot. She's probably like, 5'11", very confident. It's like, I'm going straight after. And I'm approaching. And I approached her, and she's a total rock star. Did volleyball all the way, and she ended up selling, being a top first year. And it's like that was like a milestone in confidence. Recruiting. We talk about. Well, this is more John Maxwell, right? Leadership is influence, which gives me flashbacks to Lee McCroskey and so many of his awesome trainings that he did. Got a lot of love for you, Liam McCroskey. So leadership is influence. And the reason I'm so passionate about recruiting is, can you get somebody to follow you? You know, that's recruiting. Can you get somebody to follow you that doesn't know you from jack shit, nothing, to go do the most ridiculous thing, and within 3 days, in a like calm, somber mode, like shout out to Trey George, which by the way, someone gave me his number. Trey, I want to take you to dinner sometime because you had a massive impact on my life. Like I like memorize. I know it is one of my funnest podcasts.
All of us.
Well, his podcast, one of my favorite, because like a lot of people listen to his stuff, but I like memorize. And again, it's one thing when you studied your sales talk, nothing if you actually said it. I memorized it and actually said it, you know, and it allowed me to develop so many experiences, you know. Trey George, I owe you a dinner. I really do, at the very least. So I'm getting lost here.
No, it's all good. By the way, people who hadn't listened, Trey George was with us last November, I think, or last December. Be sure to go check out his episode back, and I'll put you in touch with Trey.
Well, it's funny because Bertie gave me a cell phone. I called him and the number didn't work. So I don't know what it was.
I'll get you in touch with Trey.
Yeah,
He's going to be back on, by the way. He says, like, I need to come back for another episode. I'm like, yes,
yeah, I mean, it's funny. At the very end of my time, he spoke, and he's like one of the most humble people I've ever seen talk, because it's like the amount of impact he had. Like, it's just.
I mean, all of us who full-time listen to Trey George. I mean,
yes.
You'd be an idiot not to.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So anyways, floating, like the end of that week was like probably the most confident I've ever been in my entire life. He spent like an entire week of like literally going after the most attractive, confident looking people, like on a college campus, like in a row. Like, it's different than knocking on doors. You know, it's just it's hard to describe. You've never done it, especially if you're doing with that kind of like intense focus. Because man, I needed leads and I had to recruit. And actually, her name will come to me. She was number 3 in the company my first summer.
Taylor.
It's okay. It'll come to me. So, dude, I mean, I mean, 7 years of full-time recruiting. Paying it forward was a big deal to me, and I wanted to develop the skills because I knew what it would do for others. I mean, Spencer Hayes, going back to that, like, I mean, dude, I thought I was going to be there. So, okay, so sorry. So, horrible answer to your question. Like, why did you move on? So,
no, this has all been good, by the way.
You know, it's like, dude, I'm still committed, dude. I'm still committed to the mission. You know, like, I full-time recruited 7 freaking times. You know, okay, so here's another part that's missing in this. Okay, my wife and I, we got married after my 5th summer. Okay, we got pregnant. We were married, pregnant, and then we recruited a 23-person team that did 27,000 units. Okay?
That's so insane.
Yeah, it's like absurd, but it's just like and it's like, hey, honey, short-term sacrifice, long-term benefit. Like what Spencer did, and which was why it was such a joy to meet Craig Soder, because there's a whole other generation. Like this book experience is almost like it's like a tribe. That's what it is. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully I'm not disrespecting things any kind of way or whatever, but whatever. There's like a whole generation of like chiefs that most of us never heard about. Craig Soder was one of them. That he like came back. You know, I got to learn from, and it's like in such a short amount of time, I learned so much from, you know. But there's another guy. I mean, oh my gosh, I don't even know their names, but if someone says it immediately, it'll come to mind. But it's like the guy that was in charge of all of Force, the guy that was in charge of all of Total Domination. You know, like the guy. There's like 3 or 4.
Curtis Rogers.
I don't know if it's Curtis Rogers.
I mean, Grant was in charge of all of Force for a while.
Yeah, I know, but there was the guy above Grant.
That was Curtis.
I mean,
he did Family Heritage forever. Yeah, Curtis was on the show.
Anyways, these are the guys that recruit that had businesses that did 1 million units in a year. So to give an idea of like how like where I was motivated at the time, it's like, man, if I can spend a career and get to the point where it's doing 1 million units a year, like, man, if I can have 1,000 students doing this in a summer, what does that mean for the world? You know, or even for a country? You know, like how much is like what's the ripples of that impact, right? So yeah, I mean, you talk about the Kool-Aid. I don't see it as cool. I mean, you can call it Kool-Aid, but it's just, to me, it's not because it was real. Because I'd seen what it done to me, and I'd seen, like, I could see the ripples more vividly, and that's why it was worth it to me. Like, that's because it's like, I don't just respect it, I want the ability to impact people that way. Because one thing to be like, man, it's just like free and awesome, but it's like, no, I want to be able to pay it forward like that, and there's no shortcuts to that. There's just no easy way to it. You just got to get your ass kicked and keep on going, and that's why I wanted to keep on doing it. So, anyways, in the throw of it, so it's funny. I full-time recruited 7 times, and it's like the fall after my 7th time full-time recruiting. So it's like every year even though I was a DSM, I full-time recruited 2 more times as a DSM. Not necessarily because I had to, because I wanted to. And that time, it's funny, like someone made a comment once of like, oh, once you're a DSM, that next year kind of sucks. And I was like, screw you, you bastard. Oh. I never said it that way, but it's kind of like, because it's like this, dude, there's so many things have to align sometimes. Like, so many things have to align. Like the ball has to bounce your way for all this magic to happen. And it's almost like magic has to happen in some kind of way or another for you to become a district sales manager. You know, actually, the year I became a district sales manager, actually, I remember giving myself the goal that I either, which at the time it was 85,500 units, that if I almost gave myself like a negative motivation. If I don't become a district sales manager by my 6th summer, then I have to leave. I have to leave because I'm too into this stuff. That it's like I need to make money. It's like it's kind of like I'm so convicted in the mission that it's like if I don't hit it by then, I have to leave, or else I'm be there. I'm gonna. It's like I'm gonna be there too long. You know that it's.
Yeah, it's I remember it's diminishing returns. Like at this point, if it's not working, kind
of. I saw exactly like that, but it's like I don't call it a sucker because I really believed it, but it's like I'm just so into what this does for people that if I don't have DSM by my 6th summer, I have to leave, and that's not the right answer, but that's what it was for me. And it's funny at the end of that summer, even with that 27,000 unit team, at checkout, I was like at 79,500, but at that point, you had residual units, all the swag units or whatever. So I remember leaving, I was like, damn. And it's like we were, our son was born. By the way, our son, Pedro Vega, the third that came in earlier, he was born like the Thursday before my team went to sales school. Think about that. That 23-person team, he was born.
So like, this May, so that would be May 8th, 9th.
Yeah, his birthday is May 9th. His birthday was May 9th.
Yeah. That's bananas.
So it's funny. I'm May 5th. He's May 9th. It's pretty cool. So it's just all. It's like, well, I mean, gosh, we have our son. He's 3 months old. Spending the night at Dana Maria Moore, like just treasured type of people. And it's like, damn, like, yes, I'm gonna have to leave. And it's, as a DSM, you get the final numbers in like October, where they do all your numbers. And they tell you, all right, this is the final delivered units, and I was I think it was 85,000 to become a DSM. And I was like 85,500, and I was like, phew, okay, so I guess we can keep doing this. So it's like, okay, that starts a new clock. So I full-time recruited 2 more times. One, it's like, I didn't want to have that, oh, your next year as a DSM sucks. And I was like, I'm going to recruit a 40-person team. It didn't work out that way. I recruited in the fall. We did have an 18-person team. There's a lot of things I learned from that. I didn't challenge my leaders to lead more than self. I was doing a lot of their interviews, kind of being a crutch a little bit. So anyways, we did decrease that second year, which fired me up even more. So that's why I full-time recruited the next year. And then that last year, part of it, I had some people at A&M that I didn't personally recruit, but Rob put under me because I'd worked with them for like, a bunch of years. And that last year we delivered, I don't know, 135 some thousand units.
Wow.
And so that fall, I got to do that trip to France. Such great memories there around all those book people. And honestly, like what happened is I didn't manage well the transition from recruiting a personal team. It's like things that are out of your comfort zone eventually become your comfort zone. Like if you do it 7 years in a row, like you start to understand the formula, like how to recruit a team. It's like, oh, recruiting 10 that does produce this amount, like it becomes a comfort zone. And it's like, okay, I'm not recruiting anymore. And I didn't manage that well, where it's like I had students in like, I don't know, 15 different campuses, something like that. And I was having to plan my entire fall because when you're working with this many people, they need to know when to expect you. So you have to do your travel schedule. So I remember almost like in accounting, because again, at that point, I had 2 kids under the age of 2. We were pregnant, expecting our third. And I remember like literally mapping out with Virgie, okay, I'm gonna be away 3 nights this week. Okay, 4 nights this week because I need to help them recruit and do. And then then this next week I'll be 3 nights. And I remember like trying my best to like balance out how many nights I was away. And not only that, I mean, to do it well, which by the way, I mean, Virgie is one of the best that's ever done it. Like her ability to work through people is unbelievable. And it's a mission field is basically what it is. Like it literally is a mission for her. And it is beautiful, all the ripples. I mean, dude, she recruited my wife. Praise God, God bless Virgie Sanford. Because Melinda was part of Dynasty, a different organization. And there was one point that it's like not only planning your nights awake, but as a DSM, there's all of this prep work you have to do before the week actually starts in order for whenever you travel to be away from your family, you actually got a lot done. Because you need to talk to all the student managers, make sure they're actually calling their friends, and make sure, dude, you have to be a master at so many things to just get the kind of consistent effort you need to be successful. And that's something that I was lacking in, because I almost had this crutch of, well, at least I can recruit a pretty good team every year. That kind of helped kind of drive and lead my organization that way, where you transition to, which again, massive respect to everyone that can do that. Edgar, you're having to transition to, it has to be all through others. You have to be able to equip, challenge, develop, inspire, motivate, so that
replicate yourself.
Yeah. I mean, replicate yourself 100%. So it all happens through others. Mm-hmm. And I don't know when it was. I mean, actually, I do know where it was. I remember getting back. Part of it was financial, but part of it was the schedule. That, I love my people, and I tried to do my best to like motivate them in different ways I could. And I remember getting back from that trip to France, and you're just high on life. Everything's amazing. And then you sit down with the accountant at Southwestern. Like, all right, so here are all your numbers. And so, at Southwestern, you have like an advance account where you basically get advanced, kind of like, when you become an adult and you have a family, you have mortgage and all kinds of stuff, they can project how much you're going to sell. So they're willing to advance you a certain amount of money every month. It's called a draw.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like, okay, well, you sold this much. We already paid you this much, but there's also an expense account, which you don't really understand. You never get like a real training on. And, we had this awesome office at A&M, which helped a lot of people recruit a lot of people. And it's like I overspent my expense account by like $35,000. And it was kind of like, it's like, dude, I grew like 30% that year. And there's all these bonuses as DSMs where you're like, oh, and if you grow 10%, if you grow 20%, you get like this extra bonus on all of it. So I'm kind of going in, and I'm expecting like, hey, this is a good year. This is a good year. It's going to be good, And then it's kind of like a reality check by things that I failed at. So here, and it's funny because these are things I'm coaching my salespeople now. there's one thing to be a salesperson with a certain amount of confidence, but then there's also transition from salesperson to business person. Radically different things. Being a great salesperson, business person, and it's not like I spent that money on TVs and furniture. It's like it was all into the business, to help my people. Like there was these crazy, awesome promotions, like in the spring of recruiting, that I promoted the crap out of, and I didn't realize it was coming out of my expense account.
Yeah.
And it's like,
and
if they hit that, you'll produce more. But more of the story is like, that was not everything. I wouldn't even say it was, 80% of it, but it was a thing where it's just like, this was a year with success. It's not hard to grow as it's not easy to grow as a DSM, but it's like I grew. Obviously some of that business was placed under me, but it grew. And you don't like coming home to your wife and saying, honey, I thought it was going to be this, but it's a little different, and
that's
then,
not good.
And then,
Dude.
but again, I do want to be clear. And there's a lot of good that came out of it, because after that, they changed some things. Cause when I said I was moving on, they didn't want me to move on, and they changed some things that improved the expense account, which was really good, which I'm really glad they did that for the district sales managers there. And actually a couple years before, I pitched really hard that ASLs need to make like at least 60, 70 grand a year. And this is before the unit price went up. And they shifted it so that they can get like an extra 5%. I forget what they used to call it. It was like org pay. So I feel like I was part of that change, and I was proud that happened, because you have the DSMs that are doing like 85,000, but 85,000 doesn't happen unless you have some people that are doing like 20,000, like leaders under you that have budding organizations. And these are people they're like the workhorses of the organization. They're the future of the organization. And it's like, I remember pitching really hard. It's like, man, if these people could just make 60, 70 grand a year, they'll be here for like indefinitely until they figure it out. You know what I mean? And that, now I will say that year that I had a ridiculous year and became a DSM, they made that change after my year. If it would have been the year I did it, I would have made like 189 grand, which would have been awesome. I did make like 116,000. So it's like, it would have been cool if they said, oh, by the way.
But then the net negative would have been gone.
Yeah, but it happened after, which kudos to John Stewart. He had a year, he made like that next year. After I did that,
like 270.
He made it was like $190,000, which
or something like that. Yeah,
pretty badass. As at that point, 24-year-old or whatever. But I didn't get the benefit from that. So anyways, so again, that was just part of it. It wasn't all of it. That I just remember a moment of my son was being born in January, and it's like, I'm away no matter what. Like the dream I had, if I'm going to have 1,000 students selling books a year, which God bless the people that do, there's no way around me not being away from my kids 3 to 4 nights a week, every fall and every spring, indefinitely. Like, and I know it's described like, oh, it's a great schedule, and there, God bless people that make it work. But for me, and everyone's not the same, I just knew I couldn't do it, because it's like in the journey of doing and building the organization, it's funny. There's some really cool pictures I have on my phone where screenshots. There's screenshots of me being on some campus, driving, and it's my 1-year-old son, like googly eye laughing at me, and I'm making him laugh. I shouldn't be doing this and driving, and I take a screenshot of me. It's me and the picture of my 1-year-old son, like laughing at me. And the sound of 3 nights away and 3 under 3 kids under the age of 3.
Yeah, you can't.
Didn't sound right for me. And part of it was, you know what? And I do agree. DSMs, you should be paid your weight in gold. And I think they make a lot more money now. But it's like, it was just like when I said it out loud, I'm like, for me to even justify the short-term sacrifice, long-term benefit, and obviously at this point it's 7-8 years in, I need to be making $200,000 to $300,000 a year, like by just working full time, like 40 hours a week, to justify being away 2 or 3 nights a week, as a starting point.
Easy, no doubt, no doubt.
Because it's just like, I mean, what you guys do is you work miracles. I mean, your DSNs, God bless you guys. Like you're doing so much good in the world, massive good in the world. And so again, I couldn't do it. I mean, I couldn't. It's just like something. And again, and by the way, I mean, this could be a lot longer conversation. I'm glossing over a lot of private failures from my personal sales, which did ultimately help me in different ways, not to justify them. But things I learned about myself that it's like, once that thought happened, I couldn't unthink it. And some people might think, because the people that knew me, that would hear me speak, and I'm still all about the business. And I think get your full-time recruit 7 years and work your ass off and make it happen. Give it your best. My wife had nothing to do with it. Like, I mean, God bless my wife. I mean, she's been the most amazing wife. Melinda, God bless you. She never was like, man, you know what I mean? Like there's the whole naggy wife kind of thing. Like you work all the time. She never mentioned anything ever about you being away or we're not making money away. Like it was never. She's a godsend of a wife and my beautiful wife.
Dude.
She was shocked. Actually, when I told her, honey, I told Rao, we're not coming back. She could not. I didn't even I don't know if I think I told her I was thinking about it, but I didn't make the decision. And like I just told her after I did it, and she couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe it. And I mean it was emotional. I mean I teared up telling Rao because I just said I learned so much, and I said to him, I'll never be able to repay, what the people I was able to work with through that vehicle. And for all you new people driving out to sales school or out there in the summer, it's worth it. Just
My man.
give it all you got.
My man. Yes. Yes. That is, dude. Okay. I got to let you know. We are 4 hours and 1 minute into this episode.
I believe
And
you.
It's
on the thing.
gold. That is gold, dude. Dude, I'm just like listening to this going like, wow, like you're preaching. Because here's the thing. Again, it goes back to the authenticity of your nature. And what you're talking about here is something that it's so easy to tell that you care about this so much, that this had such an impact on your life. And it was hard. This was not an easy decision to make. This is not an easy decision to make for you at all. I can tell.
Yeah.
But the fact and the respect I have for you here's what I've learned over the last half hour even of this. You prioritize your family, your marriage, and your kids. And as a dad and as a husband, that is because it cost you. I mean, you gave up so much of your life, of what you knew, but it was for something that was so much more important to you, that as your kids and your wife listen to this is it. I'm floored. I am shocked. Not shocked. That's not true. I am humbled and blessed to have such an example of who I need to be as a husband and as a father, and in the present as a husband, in the future as a father, to help my kids and my family understand what they mean to me. You remind me of my dad, and I've honored my dad already on the show and just on this episode alone. You reminded me of my dad, and I think that it's important. Listen, they might be kind, but they're honest, and it's true. I think anybody listening to this at this point is going, man, this man gave up for his life, for his family.
Well, it was an investment, I mean, because I mean, it's true. I love, like all parents, I love my kids. I love my wife. I just want to make them proud. And then I knew, dude, if it was God's plan for me to be there, like, think about it. For me to be this into this crazy ass thing, because you might think, oh, Pedro just, I don't know, maybe he's just full of shit. Now, I didn't buy bullshit. The people there, they paid for it. Like I mentioned, like the only reason you can be this coachable is because they have the authority and the credibility that to stand on. And Dan, all those people, like I legitimately thought, okay, if it's God's will, what an honor to be able to be there for an entire career. Like what kind of career would that be? So now with that being said, I talked about, and I know I talked so much about A&M. Do I miss it? No. I don't miss it. I don't miss it. I didn't give perfectly because there's just some radical failures I had, but I gave what I could, and I'm so thankful for it,
Yeah.
that it's so now it's like, these sayings that we say, if you actually try to live them out every so often, like you're the average of the 5 people you interact with most often, pay it forward, control the controllables, just basic stuff like that, positive self-talk, speaking into existence, there's people out there, man, never heard this 20 years in, and I'm getting to share it with them. And after, they're like shaking my hand, thanking me. And here's the thing. Actually, if you want a fun song to listen to, which if anyone is still listening at this point, you might actually look it up. And it's such an A&M song. It's former Aggie. Kind of fun song. It's the show goes on forever and the party never ends. It's an awesome song. The party never ends. And you got to look it up. It's the most A&M song. It's like this country folk, Texas country, just a great song. Listen tonight. And but it's the main hymn in that song is the show goes on forever and the party never ends. Okay, it doesn't have to end. All the people out there, it doesn't end. You got to pay it forward. The show goes on forever and the party.
Robert Carl Keene.
Robert, yes, it's one of my favorites. By the way, I mean I absolutely adore music. It's a passion of mine, and so Lucas Holland, Jerome Checketts, Michael Kemier, these are people that didn't sell books. They are an inspiration to me in our business. Carolina Reed. There's people that are like in their journey that they're applying these principles we learned and actually doing it. And they are inspiring so many people. So that's why I say, it's all stolen goods. It's not what you know, it's what you remember to use, what you're actually using. And there's Roy Vaden, which I don't know who he got it from, or maybe it's twisted. I mean, I don't know. But success is never owned; it's rented, right? And the rent's due every single day, And so, anyways, all you guys are blessings out there. Don't forget what you did, no matter what you did, how much you sold, how many summers. It doesn't matter. It's what you do today that matters. And even if you suck today, you have a chance tomorrow to begin again. So I think we can end with that.
Wow. Dude. God, you're awesome.
No, you're awesome, brother.
Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give a quick shout out to some of our other players in the field of the jockey game. And then we're going to wrap this one up. We're going to call this one good. Dude, you set the record. You broke a record.
We just focused on trying our best at the end. It wasn't. Yeah.
Oh man. I love you. I love you lots, brother. Guys, this has been episode 116.
A lot of love for you as well.
It means a lot. By the way, if maybe I don't know if this is Cardinal, but if you are listening to this still at this point and you are looking for a website, so here's what's going on, and this is again a shout out for what's going up in the future for us in the podcast. Oscar and Oliver with VDisain are the masterminds behind it. So if you own a business, you want to have an effective presence online, listen, there's no better way you can do this. Our podcast website would have probably cost $20,000 to $50,000 if we did it for a US company, but we did it through an Estonian company who is owned and operated strictly, almost, I don't want to say strictly, predominantly by book people. This is where you need to go. It's a good way to do it cost effectively, low expenses, but at the same time, making sure you get a good quality design and the people who you can trust and work with. So VDisain is the way you want to go. I love these guys and what we're doing with our show and what they're doing with our website. By the way, our merch is going to be ready for you guys here shortly. Also, shout out to EnLight.Energy. They started to do with solar, with
Julio.
with real
God bless
estate.
Julio
Oh, dude,
there.
Julio
That's
Hernandez,
some memories of Julio.
top,
We need to catch up.
top notch human. He's awesome. Dude, Julio's awesome. He's got a big passion. If you have a passion for planet, if you want to earn good money, maybe all the opportunities we talked about really weren't quite your fit. Nick's killing it right there. He's doing a great job with the management, and he's making quite a bit of money. I almost shouldn't even pay him. I'm just kidding, joking. I love Nick and what he's doing. Good work for you, and you've earned your keep on both companies. But anyway, every one of the people that they work with, if you have a sale every other week is enough to earn a six-figure income in the solar industry, and they have the ability to work with people in about pretty much every state in the US. Plus, you're not selling anything on top of what people are paying. You're just swapping out their electric bill with the solar bill. So if you want to go into that direction, make sure you reach out to us. We'll get you in touch with Julio, who is an amazing human, and he will definitely get you in touch, and he'll get you set up for a solid career in solar. And then lastly, and of course, I want to give a shout out to Cardinal. And this has been a great episode. We started talking about Cardinal, but again, it's a big shout out. And we wanted to give a highlight and an example to the flexibility that you guys have in your schedule. If you already didn't hear it from Pedro about how much more flexibility it can be to prioritize the things that really matter to you, like your family and your wife or your spouse in that sense, take it from maybe someone like Greta, who hasn't found a person in their life fully up.
Can I give a shout out?
Yeah, go for it. You can do this part.
So Greta has been just absolute blessing to our organization. Flexibility and freedom. She wrote like 30-some thousand, 32, 33,000. And then for the month, I think the month of April, and then took a 9-day trip to Mexico. And while she was gone, one of her agents, John Cabrera, had back-to-back the best weeks yet. While she was gone, she shows up, and it's part of that is like just the team effort of we got a system. It's a machine, anyways, so Greta, love you.
She's awesome.
What you do for our organization and, who you are, because that's giving confidence to people to follow and join the team.
A blessing to you is Greta, and she's been a blessing to us as far as the podcast, as a guest, and as a person who kind of became the catalyst to Cardinal becoming a sponsor. So honestly, you guys are fantastic, guys. This has been episode 116. I have had the pleasure of spending some solid quality time. We've had some emotional stories. We've had some funny stories. We shared some good dad stories. Love our dads. Make sure you guys tune in on Sunday. The episode will air on Sunday, but we're recording it tomorrow with some amazing moms in honor of Mother's Day, one of which is going to be Mrs. Vega herself. And then, of course, a couple other cool moms that are in the mix. And it's going to be kind of a panel episode. We're excited to shoot it tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. This month, we have some amazing guests coming up. Michelle Mitchell, who is the owner of Hum Kombucha, a big successful company here in Oregon and actually nationwide. She's so awesome, dude. We have some amazing people coming up. Fido is coming up on an episode.
Oh, Fido, man.
Dude, yeah. He's releasing his TEDx talk. And then, of course, we have Nate Hambrick. Amazing people. So, dude, Nate Hambrick's awesome.
Nate Hambrick worked with Cardinal very early on and went a different direction. Loved it. He just did some audio work for us. He's like Renaissance man.
He's amazing. And his book, he's gonna be. His book is like crushing it right now.
Like producer music.
Yes,
dude, Fido, all those people. I mean, gosh, man,
legends.
I love seeing y'all win out there.
I appreciate you, sir. And lastly, I want to close it with this. Pedro, thank you so much. Your authenticity is a very clear sign of why you're succeeding, why you are continue to succeed, and why Cardinal is on its path to domination in the industry. It's because of people like you, people like Quentin, people like Nick, who have really pushed this company with the culture and the ethics and the morals to first, kind of establish its culture, and then from there decide what they do. You decided how and why you're doing what you're doing, and now what you're doing is just a cakewalk because of how you guys said it. So it has been an honor, my man. We'll close it out. And by the way, I want to do one last shot to you, to Pedro Vega,
And
the
to
man,
all those
myth,
people out there. God bless
and
you guys.
legend. Thank you guys so much. We'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace out, everybody. Bye.